7:42 p.m., September 12. Exactly 14 hours before the memorial exhibition of Queen Elizabeth II would open, Zara Tyndall unexpectedly became the silent center of a gathering storm inside Buckingham Palace. She stood in the long, marble-lined gallery, where warm golden lights glowed against centuries-old portraits, making every painted gaze feel alive and watchful. As the late Queen's closest granddaughter, Zara did not walk these halls as a mere attendee. She moved like the final protector of Elizabeth's legacy. Curators, security chiefs, longtime aides, all sensed it. Every step she took carried an unspoken vow of loyalty. But tonight, Zara felt something else. A disturbance. A fracture. A wrongness spreading beneath the polished surface of royal routine. A last-minute change to the display schedule. A temporary vault sealed without notice. 2 security briefings suddenly rescheduled without explanation. Individually, they were trivial. Together, they painted a warning subtle but unmistakable. Walking toward the east corridor, once her mother's domain, Zara heard it. A low, deliberate whisper, too soft for staff chatter, too sharp for casual conversation. She froze. A thin chill rippled down her spine. This area should have been completely locked down. She stepped behind a stone column, breath controlled, eyes narrowing. The palace fell into a tense hush, as if its very walls were holding their breath beside her. Then it happened. A sentence drifted from the shadows, slicing through the silence like a blade. Tonight, we make the switch. 4 simple words, but enough to ignite the first spark of a betrayal far bigger than anyone imagined. Zara, alone, unseen, and the only witness, knew instantly. There was no turning back. The whispers didn't stop. They grew sharper, more urgent, like fragments of a plot slicing through the stillness. Zara held her breath, leaning just enough to catch the next line without revealing herself. A second voice, lower, tense. "Mother, are you sure? These are the Queen's pieces." The word mother landed like a hammer blow. Zara's pulse spiked. There was only one person Tom Parker Bowles would call mother inside these walls. Camilla. The Queen consort. The woman who now stood where her grandmother once stood. Zara's jaw tightened. She edged closer, silent as a shadow, letting the outlines of the conversation fall into place. Camilla's voice returned cold, controlled, unmistakably calculating. "It must be tonight. Before the curators finish their final checks, my collection goes in, Elizabeth's goes out. By the time anyone realizes, the world will already be praising my contributions." Zara felt her stomach drop. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This wasn't a misplaced item or a temporary rearrangement. This was premeditated desecration. A deliberate rewriting of history. The Queen consort wasn't seeking attention. She was seeking ownership over the legacy that wasn't hers. Tom hesitated again. "If we're caught, we won't be," Camilla snapped. "Not if you follow the plan. The new security shifts are already approved. No one loyal to Elizabeth will be near the vaults tonight." In a 42. Zara closed her eyes for a brief, burning second. So that was why the schedules had shifted. Why the briefings were moved. Why the vault had been sealed. It was all part of a carefully engineered betrayal. The gallery lights flickered faintly, a reminder that time was slipping. Zara stepped back into the shadows, heart steady, breath even. The weight of what she'd heard pressed against her chest like cold stone. She had uncovered the truth, but the truth alone was not enough. Now, she had to stop it. Zara didn't waste a second. The moment she slipped away from the shadowed alcove, the palace transformed in her mind from a ceremonial fortress into a battlefield of whispers. Every corridor, every guard rotation, every secured door now carried hidden meaning. Camilla had built her plot like a spider weaving threads through marble and tradition. But Zara intended to cut every single one. She moved quickly toward the West Wing, where only a handful of the old guard still held posts, men and women who had served Elizabeth II for decades, loyal not to crowns but to the woman who once wore one. When Zara entered the dim security room, no explanation was needed. They saw it in her eyes, urgency sharpened into steel. "Legacy protocol," she said quietly. 3 words, but they knew what it meant. Within minutes, Zara had them working silently, installing a network of microsensors, heat detectors under velvet-lined displays, pressure triggers hidden beneath marble seams, and micro-cameras tucked into the shadow lines of the vaulted ceilings. The technology wasn't meant to stop the crime. It was meant to record everything, creating undeniable proof of the betrayal Camilla believed she had concealed. While her team worked, Zara tracked Tom's movements through the palace. His presence, once irrelevant, now glowed like a threat on every security feed. He lingered near the black transport crates, paced the service corridor twice, and spent several minutes outside the secondary vaults. He was nervous, far too nervous for someone attending an exhibition rehearsal. But the signs grew darker. A guard Zara trusted approached her, voice low. "Ma'am, night duty rosters were altered again. Camilla's people, they're taking over the entire vault sector. Benuversinkle de Bildes." Zara felt a cold spike of recognition. Camilla wasn't just preparing a swap, she was severing every safeguard Zara relied on. For a brief moment, the battle seemed to tilt. But Zara did not bend. If Camilla wanted a silent war, Zara would fight it in absolute silence. Buckingham Palace rarely slept, but tonight it twitched every hallway, humming with attention too controlled, too engineered. Zara felt it long before the alarms of instinct flared. Something in the air had shifted. Not just resistance, retaliation. Camilla had struck back. It began with an encrypted report Zara received from one of her loyal officers. 9 out of 12 night shift positions in the vault perimeter had been reassigned, all replaced with individuals personally vetted by the Queen Consort. A precision strike. A surgical removal of Zara's influence. Zara scanned the names, her pulse tightening. These weren't random staffers shuffled for convenience. These were people who, under Camilla's reign, had risen too quickly, too quietly. Zara knew what this meant. The Queen Consort wasn't hiding anymore. She was moving pieces on the board. And she wasn't done. As Zara tried to stabilize her dwindling assets, another message arrived from the logistics team. A delivery of specialty packing materials had been approved under Camilla's humanitarian exemption code. Crates, shock-absorbent foam, thermal-lined bags, not for a simple swap. This was material for a full-scale extraction. The plan had evolved from vanity to heist. If they succeeded, entire collections, some never displayed, some known only to a handful of historians, could vanish into the night, smuggled out beneath the guise of royal protocol. Zara felt an iron knot form under her ribs. She stood alone in a palace where half the staff no longer answered to the king, where the woman sitting beside the throne had twisted ceremonial privileges into weapons. But she refused to falter. With what remained of her trusted team, Zara retreated into a sealed briefing room. No electronics, no windows. Only stone walls older than the monarchy itself. She faced her officers, each one watching her with a mixture of fear and resolute faith. "We have one chance," she said, voice low but carrying the weight of command. "Camilla is accelerating. Tom will move soon. When he does, when the first artifact leaves its case, that is when we strike. No grand speeches, no guarantees. Just precision, purpose, resolve." Outside, the palace settled into a deceptively calm rhythm, disguising the blades hidden beneath its routines. Zara could feel Camilla tightening her net. But she wasn't running. She was waiting. Waiting for the exact second the Queen Consort crossed the final line, so she could destroy the entire scheme in one blow. Midnight descended like a veil of ice over Buckingham Palace. Not the gentle quiet of sleeping halls, but the unnatural stillness that precedes catastrophe. Zara felt it as she stepped into the covert monitoring room. Every breath of the palace, every flicker of shadow, seemed to brace for impact. On the surveillance grid, a single heat signature moved through the East Gallery. Tom Parker Bowles. His steps were shaky hesitation embedded in every shift of weight, but duty to his mother's ambition drove him onward. The black attire, the gloved hands, the key Camilla had pressed into his palm. Tom wasn't behaving like an invited guest. He was behaving like a man committing treason. Zara watched the sensors flare one by one as Tom approached the first display. A thin red line pulsed across the monitor pressure threshold breached. Then another, and another. He opened the case, removed the relic, placed it inside the black transport crate. Zara didn't move. She didn't speak. She simply observed the silent witness gathering the final pieces of truth. Then a second figure appeared. Camilla. She didn't enter the gallery. She stood outside the doorway, framed in the dim corridor light, her posture rigid, eyes fixed on the room where her son carried out her will. She wasn't supervising, she was commanding. Every shift of her chin, every subtle hand motion directed Tom's next step. The Queen Consort wasn't lurking in shadows anymore. She was orchestrating the crime in real time. And as if on cue, Zara detected motion along the west service route Camilla's extraction team, positioned perfectly. Ready to move the moment Tom sealed the crate. A coordinated heist at the heart of the monarchy. Zara exhaled slowly. This was the moment. She pressed the hidden control beneath her palm. Activate. she whispered. In an instant, her reserve unit, silent, precise, unseen, moved into formation. Doors locked, corridors sealed. The east gallery tightened like a tightening snare. Tom reached for the final relic. The gallery doors slammed open with the force of a verdict. Zara stepped inside, tall, unyielding, carved from resolve. Behind her, King Charles emerged in quiet authority, the weight of the crown shining through exhaustion. Tom froze. The relic fell from his hands with a crystalline clang. And outside the doorway, Camilla's expression shattered. From confidence, to fury, to fear. Zara didn't need to raise her voice. You were watched, she said softly. And now you are done. Together, officers. Silence swallowed the gallery after the final relic struck the marble floor. A silence thick with shock, guilt, and the slow, crushing realization that the entire scheme, every whisper, every forged approval, every manipulated shift had just shattered before the eyes of the monarchy itself. Tom Parker Bowles collapsed first. His knees buckled beneath the weight of his own choices. Tears streaked down his face as he choked out a confession, fragmented, trembling, desperate. Zara didn't look away. She didn't interrupt. She simply stood as the immovable witness, the person who had carried the burden no one else could. But it was Camilla's fall that echoed loudest. The queen consort tried to surge forward, her voice a whip of authority. This is a misunderstanding. I was correcting history. King Charles raised a single hand. The world seemed to stop. His disappointment was harsher than any verbal reprimand. Zara watched Camilla's expression crumble not into remorse, but into dawning terror as a small recorder was placed on the table. Her own voice spilled from the speaker every order, every calculated threat, every line that unveiled her ambition with surgical clarity. There was no escape. In the hours that followed, the palace moved with the cold precision of an ancient machine designed to protect itself. Tom was quietly escorted away. Bags packed, passport revoked, sentence delivered with the quiet brutality only royalty could wield. Permanent exile. Camilla faced a fate even harsher. No prison cell, only irrelevance. Stripped of authority. Removed from every cultural committee. Barred from influencing the narrative of the crown ever again. A queen in title only reduced to a ghost among gilded halls. At dawn, the exhibition opened flawlessly. The crowds never knew how close they came to witnessing the greatest scandal since the queen's funeral. They saw only the treasures of Elizabeth II, glowing behind pristine glass, untouched, unharmed, untainted. And in the shadows of the gallery, Zara stood alone before her grandmother's crown. She did not smile. She did not speak. But in the quiet reverence of that moment, the entire palace seemed to acknowledge the truth. She had saved the legacy of a queen. And she had done it without asking for a single ounce of credit. Thank you for reading. If you enjoyed this chapter and want more royal drama, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Your support keeps these stories alive. And trust me, the next revelation is already on its way. He stepped into a forest of fake snow, speaking like a festive prince in a scripted skit, while Meghan posed with holiday perfection in a studio-lit Christmas special. And at that exact moment, Windsor Castle was glittering under state banners, Catherine commanding the global spotlight with a tiara not seen for decades. That contrast alone has ignited royal watchers across both sides of the Atlantic, with one insider calling it the most surreal split screen in modern royal memory. Viewers aren't just watching, they're scrambling not to miss what feels like a turning point. The questions came instantly. Why were Harry and Meghan performing? Why now? And why in a format so bizarrely unserious? Analysts say this wasn't accidental. It was a response to panic. Panic about relevance. Panic about fading headlines. Panic about being overshadowed by the very institution they once tried to outrun. According to a Hollywood source familiar with their media team, the couple had been warned that Catherine's rising star was unbeatable in traditional press cycles, pushing them toward entertainment formats where they could still dominate attention. That strategy backfired. Critics described Harry's appearance as awkward, oddly eager, and strangely childlike, while Meghan's curated holiday episode was compared to a lifestyle ad fighting for emotional impact. Meanwhile, Catherine didn't need choreography. A single walk into St. George's Hall did what the Sussex team had attempted to engineer for months: global coverage, cultural resonance, and effortless authority. Behind the glamour, there is tension. Experts suggest Harry fears irrelevance more than criticism, a condition one commentator bluntly called visibility anxiety. And Meghan, who once built her reputation on precision and poise, appears increasingly determined to control every frame before the audience turns away. But if this is how the week began, two narratives moving in opposite directions, the question now gripping royal watchers is simple. How far will this performance arc go before it cracks? She thanked her own husband as if he were a guest on her set. That single moment in Meghan's holiday special, bright lights, perfect framing, curated cheer, sent viewers into a spiral of disbelief. This wasn't a casual behind-the-scenes glimpse. It looked like a performance, rehearsed down to the smallest expression. And while the clip circulated online, Catherine was stepping into St. George's Hall wearing the Oriental circlet tiara, instantly dominating front pages without saying a word. The contrast could not have been sharper. Insiders familiar with the production say Meghan's team approached the Christmas episode like a controlled narrative exercise, determined to craft an image untouched by real-world drama. The problem, the more polished it appeared, the more artificial it felt. Observers noted the meticulous staging, the camera-conscious gestures, the orchestrated warmth that played more like brand content than seasonal sincerity. One Hollywood PR executive whispered that the episode felt like an audition tape for a role she already lost. Analysts argue that this intensity comes from a deeper pressure point: Meghan's fear of losing narrative leadership. With Catherine's public appeal skyrocketing, her poise at state events, her diplomatic weight, her effortless rapport, Meghan faces a rival she cannot outscript. And that fear, they say, pushes her into overproduction mode, where authenticity is sacrificed for control. Meanwhile, Catherine achieved global coverage simply by appearing. No tagline, no carefully choreographed lighting, no performance cues, just presence. This is where the divide becomes undeniable. One woman is building momentum through duty and consistency. The other is building content to stay in the conversation. And as commentators quietly note, the more Meghan leans into performance, the more she highlights the very contrast she's trying to outrun. If this is how the holiday season begins, the next question is whether the performance will hold, or whether the cracks are already showing. They kissed for the cameras again, and this time it felt almost frantic. The lingering hand on his shoulder, the exaggerated laugh, the choreographed closeness, every gesture between Harry and Meghan during their recent appearances seemed designed to be screenshot-ready. Viewers weren't swooning. They were asking the same blunt question. Why does it look like a performance instead of a marriage? And while that conversation unfolded online, William and Catherine were photographed standing side by side at a state event, composed, understated, naturally aligned. No theatrics, no forced poses, just confidence. Insiders who have observed the Sussexes at past shoots said the uptick in PDA is not accidental. According to one Los Angeles-based commentator familiar with celebrity brand behavior, the couple has been advised that emotional relatability converts better than prestige. In other words, if you can't compete with royal authority, compete with romantic storytelling. But that advice comes with a risk. When affection begins to look like strategy, audiences sense the script. Some observers argue that Harry leans into these moments because they provide instant reassurance. He wants proof he's chosen the right path, one insider claimed, and public affection gives him a visible anchor. Meghan, meanwhile, understands the power of emotional imagery. She has built an entire public identity on curated intimacy. To her, these displays reinforce unity, especially in weeks when headlines might suggest otherwise. But experts warn that this approach may be backfiring. Relationship analysts interviewed on morning radio shows noted that over-demonstration often signals instability, while PR strategists say the couple has entered a pattern known as performative bonding, where affection becomes a tool to stabilize public perception rather than reflect genuine ease. Meanwhile, William and Catherine avoid such optics entirely. Their restraint, light touches at most, conveys a different kind of strength: steadiness, mutual respect, and the assurance that they don't need to prove anything. The more the Sussexes amplify their affection, the more the Wales' quiet unity stands out. This widening contrast has not gone unnoticed. Commentators say Harry and Meghan may be unintentionally highlighting the very insecurity they are trying to mask. Because when romance becomes a PR tactic, the audience stops seeing love and starts seeing fear. The fear of fading influence, the fear of losing control, and the fear that public opinion may already be slipping beyond their grasp. And if this escalation continues, analysts predict the displays will only get louder. The question now is whether the audience is still willing to believe the performance. He stepped onto the stage and immediately asked for something no one expected. No phones, no photos, no videos, not a single recording. The room fell into uneasy silence, and even before Harry spoke, attendees later said they felt the nerves coming off him like heat. His speech, short, halting, filled with circular phrases and sudden detours, left the audience wondering why a man so publicly visible seemed desperate to hide in real time. According to an attendee who wrote to a royal commentary channel, Harry appeared fragile, almost startled by the spotlight, turning questions back on the interviewer and apologizing for not wearing a baseball cap. It didn't resemble a confident keynote. It resembled someone hoping the moment would pass unnoticed. Analysts quickly connected this behavior to what they call image control anxiety, a fear that any uncontrolled visual might become viral for the wrong reasons. And for Harry, who has been repeatedly mocked for awkward public moments, the fear is intensifying. One insider familiar with his team said the strict no recording rule came from a desire to avoid memification at all costs. It's a strategy rooted in alarm, not confidence. While Harry struggled under self-imposed restrictions, the contrast at Windsor could not have been more brutal. Catherine navigated high-stakes diplomacy with ease, her every moment photographed, reported, broadcast globally, yet nothing about her presence suggested fear of exposure. That ability to withstand public scrutiny is precisely what experts say Harry is losing. Commentators now argue that Harry's refusal to allow recordings wasn't protection, it was confession. A confession that the spotlight he once inherited now terrifies him. And as the Sussex narrative leans harder into secrecy, the royal machine continues moving in the opposite direction, transparent, confident, undisturbed. What happens when a public figure fears the public gaze? Observers warn that this contradiction is reaching a breaking point. While the palace was hosting foreign dignitaries beneath chandeliers older than most nations, Harry was busy filming light entertainment segments, and Meghan was cutting lifestyle content polished to a commercial shine. One couple was handling statecraft, the other was crafting skits. And that jarring contrast has become the week's defining headline. Observers say the Sussexes are leaning into Hollywood visibility because they no longer have institutional purpose anchoring their profile. A former studio publicist told our team, "If they can't command authority, they'll try to command attention." Those are not the same currency, and the difference is showing. Their recent appearances, from comedy cameos to hyper-produced specials, suggest a strategic pivot. Trade royal gravitas for celebrity momentum. But analysts warn that this pivot carries a cost. Celebrity culture demands constant output, content, moments, soundbites, while monarchy thrives on scarcity and dignity. Harry and Meghan are now operating in a system that rewards spectacle, even when spectacle erodes credibility. One commentator put it bluntly, "When you chase the algorithm, you stop shaping your identity. The algorithm shapes you." Meanwhile, the House of Windsor is experiencing a subtle resurgence. Charles is executing foreign policy with precision, and Catherine's international appeal has cemented the family's soft power role. These are duties that do not require performance. They generate influence simply through presence. The Sussex approach, however, reflects a deeper insecurity. Experts in reputation management note that over-participation in entertainment formats typically signals fear of fading relevance. And for Harry and Meghan, that fear appears to be accelerating. Every glittering gala at Windsor unintentionally amplifies the contrast. As one insider said quietly, "They're playing a different game now." The problem is, they still want royal results from celebrity tactics. And if this trend continues, the gap between the two worlds will only widen, until even their most loyal supporters recognize the shift. They pushed harder than ever this week. More appearances, more curated affection, more attempts at reclaiming the spotlight, but each move only amplified the same uneasy reaction. The performance is beginning to show. What was once framed as authenticity now reads like overexertion, and what was meant to project confidence is increasingly interpreted as panic. Harry's awkward comedy skit and Meghan's meticulously staged holiday special were meant to reset their public image. Instead, they exposed the widening gap between intent and impact. Insiders observing the couple's strategy say the pattern is now unmistakable. Every time the monarchy produces a moment of global significance, state visits, diplomatic milestones, or Catherine's effortless command of symbolism, the Sussexes counter with content, hoping to redirect the narrative. But experts argue that this reactive approach has placed them in a permanent state of acceleration. always pushing, always recalibrating, always trying to outpace a system they once abandoned but still measure themselves against. Psychologists consulted by media outlets describe this as identity whiplash, a cycle where individuals oscillate between roles without fully embracing any of them. Harry is no longer a working royal, yet he resists the idea of being just a celebrity. Meghan is eager to present as a polished public figure, but remains overshadowed by the institution she left behind. This dissonance, analysts say, is what fuels the increasingly theatrical tone of their appearances. Meanwhile, the royal family is stabilizing in a way few predicted. Catherine's serene rise in public stature, Charles's steady diplomatic engagement, and William's growing leadership have collectively solidified the monarchy's relevance. They do not chase attention. Attention comes to them. And that, perhaps more than anything, highlights the fissure between two very different approaches to influence. As one insider put it, the monarchy is playing a long game. The Sussexes are playing a loud one. And the louder it becomes, the more fragile it appears. The real question now isn't whether the public notices the divide, they already have. The question is how long Harry and Meghan can continue performing at this pace without confronting the deeper fear driving it. That their relevance, once assumed to be automatic, now depends entirely on a spotlight they can no longer control. Thank you for watching this breakdown. If you'd like more royal analysis, drama deep dives, and insider commentary, make sure to like, subscribe, and join the conversation below, because this story is far from over, and you won't want to miss what comes next. Princess Anne has spoken, and the world is not ready to look away. What unfolded on that BBC documentary clip, now circulating at lightning speed across social platforms, is nothing short of a seismic moment for the royal family. Viewers are calling it the most unfiltered statement from a senior royal in decades, and the numbers back that urgency. More than 18 million views within 2 days, hashtags climbing into global trending lists, and public curiosity spiking in a way not seen since the Oprah interview of 2021. This is not a moment to skip, not a headline to scroll past. It is the kind of revelation that rewrites the conversation. Tonight we revisit exactly what was said and why it hit with such force. According to palace insiders, tension has been accumulating for more than 7 years, stretching back to the early days of the Sussex transition. Anne, steadfast and famously disciplined, has watched silently as the monarchy navigated declining public confidence, down from roughly 75% in 2018 to barely above 50% in 2024. For someone who has spent a lifetime prioritizing duty over drama, insiders say she reached a personal threshold. Her words, delivered without flourish or hesitation, cut through speculation. She pointed directly to miscommunications, misinterpretations, and persistent outreach from Meghan that allegedly contributed to widening fractures inside the family. One aide described her tone as controlled truth, the kind Anne uses when she wants the public to understand that her patience has expired. Analysts note that her timing is deliberate, arriving as the institution faces scrutiny, generational skepticism, and record-low unity polls. And yet, despite the firmness of her message, the implications extend far beyond a single statement. The question now is why Anne chose to break her silence at this exact moment, and what internal documents and behind-the-scenes accounts pushed her to step forward. That is where the deeper story begins, and why you will want to stay with this investigation as it unfolds. The internal communications are where the story sharpens, and according to aides who handled coordination during the early Sussex years, the scale of the problem was far greater than the public ever realized. Between the spring of 2018 and the end of 2019, palace staff logged more than 300 emails and close to 50 calls linked to attempts to clarify misunderstandings, defend positions, or correct narratives that had already begun circulating privately. What sounded like routine administrative traffic later came to be viewed as the backbone of a communication breakdown that spiraled into something far more personal. Insiders who worked in the correspondence unit at the time recall a pattern: messages arriving late at night, threads escalating quickly, and phrases from senior royals being repeated back in altered tone. One former staffer describes it as noise that drowned out intention. According to this source, a single email from mid-October 2018, referenced internally as the turning point, contained a retelling of Princess Anne's remarks so sharpened that it could not have resembled her original tone. That, they say, was the moment senior figures realized misinterpretations were becoming structural. Observers looking back highlight the environment in which these exchanges occurred. The arrival of Meghan brought an unprecedented media surge, with royal-related content increasing by more than 200% across major British outlets. Under that pressure, the palace created what one communications consultant calls a crisis buffer group, designed to track narratives before they reached broadcast scale. Yet even that system struggled as competing interpretations flowed between households. Experts in royal history argue that misunderstandings often emerge not from the content itself, but from emotional framing, especially during periods when public attention is at its peak. In this case, insiders say every small misalignment grew louder, sharper, and eventually damaging. And with the release of Princess Anne's candid clip reigniting questions, attention now shifts to the first meeting that many believe set the tone for all that followed, a conversation brief in duration, but lasting in consequence. That first meeting has become almost mythologized inside royal circles, but those who were present insist the reality was far more revealing than the public ever knew. According to internal scheduling notes from the year 2018, the introductory conversation between Princess Anne and Meghan Markle lasted just under 20 minutes, noticeably shorter than the usual half-hour mentoring brief traditionally offered to new members entering active royal duty. At the time, it drew little attention. In hindsight, insiders describe it as the quiet collision that foreshadowed every later misunderstanding. Those familiar with the exchange recall a stark contrast in expectations. Anne, shaped by more than 5 decades of service and an annual workload that consistently exceeded 400 engagements, approached the meeting with her characteristic directness. She outlined the rhythm of royal life as she understood it: preparation, punctuality, immersion, and a commitment that allowed little room for personal narrative building. Meghan, coming from a career that rewarded individual voice and strategic visibility, reportedly viewed the role through the lens of impact and advocacy. One former advisor says the energy in the room felt polite but out of alignment from the first minute. The most discussed moment, according to an aide who reviewed post-meeting notes, came when Anne stated firmly that the monarchy was not a platform, but a service. The phrase, simple yet loaded, allegedly caught Meghan off guard. Those close to the situation say she expected guidance on shaping initiatives. Instead, she was met with a framework built on tradition rather than innovation. That gap in philosophy, small in the moment, widened over time as each side interpreted the other through their own values. Analysts observing the renewed debate suggest this meeting planted the earliest seeds of the rift, not through hostility, but through difference. And now, as Anne's recent remarks resurface, attention moves to how these early misalignments ultimately spread to the relationships surrounding Harry, William, and Catherine, deepening the divide that still resonates today. The earliest cracks did not stay contained between Anne and Meghan. They widened quickly once the surrounding relationships came under strain. According to those who tracked family dynamics during the period between late 2018 and early 2020, the communication gaps began to pull at the bonds connecting Harry to William, Catherine, and even to Anne herself. Public polling from YouGov in 2024 showed nearly 70% of Britons believed the brothers were unlikely to reconcile, and insiders argue this perception grew directly from the steady buildup of misunderstandings that filtered through private conversations. Those close to Kensington Palace recall a noticeable shift after a series of high-pressure moments: the bridesmaid dress disagreement, the staff complaints investigation, and the differing accounts emerging in interviews and documentaries. Sources emphasize that these incidents were rarely explosive on their own. Instead, they accumulated weight each time a retelling landed differently than the original intent. One senior aide says the problem was not the events themselves, but how every account came back amplified. Another notes that William, under increasing pressure as future king, became deeply protective of the institution and increasingly wary of media narratives attached to his brother. Maybe seven died of Seth. According to a communications staffer who worked between the households, internal notes from several briefings indicate that Princess Anne's practical advice to Harry was repeated to him in altered tone, sometimes shifting from caution to criticism. Those distortions, however unintentional, fueled the sense that family members were speaking past one another. Catherine, known for her steadier, quieter style, found herself referenced publicly in ways that friends say did not match her private behavior. The cumulative effect, according to experts in family systems, created what they describe as a relationship echo chamber, where every interpretation carried more emotional weight than the initial discussion. With the recent resurfacing of Anne's candid remarks, analysts are revisiting these years with renewed scrutiny, asking how a pattern of misalignment managed to reshape the very core of royal unity. And now the focus shifts upward, toward the person responsible for stabilizing the institution during its most turbulent periods, King Charles, whose own challenges would soon intensify the pressure on every rift already in motion. The strain on the institution grew sharper once the responsibility for maintaining stability rested squarely on King Charles, whose reign entered a challenging phase as he navigated both public duty and personal health concerns. By the year 2025, approval ratings for the monarch had slipped to under 50%, marking one of the lowest points recorded in 3 decades, according to data from major British polling firms. Analysts note that this decline was not tied to a single controversy, but to an accumulating sense of unease. Questions about the future of the monarchy, economic pressures within the United Kingdom, and the persistent perception of division inside the royal household. For those familiar with the atmosphere surrounding the palace during this time, Charles's focus shifted increasingly toward safeguarding institutional continuity. Sources close to his advisory circle say that Anne's recent comments resonated deeply with him, not because they targeted any individual, but because they addressed a larger problem: the erosion of internal unity at a moment when public trust was already fragile. One insider described her statement as the message Charles could not deliver himself, given his role as reigning sovereign and the scrutiny over his health. With chemotherapy updates circulating and public briefings delivered cautiously, the king was said to be balancing compassion with the need to project stability. Observers note that William and Catherine played a crucial role during this period, stepping into more visible public engagements. William intensified his work on homelessness initiatives, while Catherine, recovering from her own health challenges earlier in the year, focused on projects that reinforced the family's commitment to service. Commentators argue that this deliberate emphasis on steady leadership was meant to counteract the narrative of fragmentation, offering a calm contrast to the increasingly volatile discussions online. Yet the public response remained split. On platforms such as X, threads praising Anne's forthrightness ran parallel to messages questioning whether the monarchy should have intervened earlier to prevent tensions from escalating. Some users, echoing long-standing concerns, suggested the institution had been too soft on narrative conflicts, while others argued that external scrutiny unfairly magnified private disagreements. Within this landscape, Anne's remarks act as both revelation and warning. Her decision to speak suggests an acknowledgement that internal discussions were no longer sufficient. Analysts believe her intervention was intended to shift both public perception and internal accountability, signaling a call for recalibration at the highest level. As attention now turns to Meghan's silence and whether she will choose to address the allegations directly, the question becomes what direction the story will take next. Public attention has now moved to the question everyone is asking: what happens next? And how far will the aftershocks of Anne's revelation travel? In the days following the clip's explosive circulation, analysts, commentators, and palace observers have mapped out several possible trajectories, each with consequences not only for the individuals involved, but for the public perception of the monarchy itself. Surveys conducted throughout the year 2025 show a divided landscape. Just over half of respondents believe the Sussexes should no longer be involved in national ceremonial events, while nearly 40% say reconciliation remains possible if handled with transparency and care. These figures reveal a nation torn between fatigue and hope, and a global audience watching with equal intensity. Meghan's silence has become a story of its own. Her recent social media posts, including images featuring Queen Anne's lace flowers, have prompted speculation across forums and royal commentary channels. Some insiders interpret the posts as subtle messaging, an attempt to position herself within the narrative without issuing a formal response. Others argue she is preparing to address the allegations directly, possibly through a controlled medium, such as a podcast episode or a carefully crafted statement. A senior public relations strategist suggests the next move will be decisive for how the narrative stabilizes, emphasizing that any response will need to balance personal perspective with sensitivity to public sentiment. Meanwhile, conversations across digital communities, from Facebook groups to Reddit threads, reveal intense engagement. Supporters of Anne frame her remarks as overdue truth-telling from one of the monarchy's most disciplined figures. Supporters of Meghan counter that the conversation risks reducing complex relationships to simplified interpretations. This debate underscores a deeper reality. Modern royal narratives are now shaped as much by online discourse as by official statements. Historians observing the moment point to parallels with past royal rifts, yet note that the digital era amplifies every sentiment, making resolution both more urgent and more delicate. Across expert panels, 3 likely paths are discussed. A measured reconciliation marked by private mediation, a continued distancing that solidifies separate public identities, or a renewed media cycle should Meghan choose to speak candidly. Each scenario carries implications, but one truth remains constant. The world is watching, and the stakes are undeniably high. Thank you for staying with this investigation. If you want to follow every update as this story continues to unfold, remember to like, subscribe, and stay tuned for the next chapter. Prince William did not wait for a convenient moment, nor for the usual palace choreography. He acted, and this morning, that action has become the center of the conversation across Britain, the Commonwealth, and every corner of social media. Viewers, stay with me, because what unfolded inside the royal household through late November is not just a procedural shift. It is a decisive turning point, one that senior insiders call the winter boundary, a line the crown has never drawn so publicly in recent decades. The announcement was released at precisely 6:47 in the morning, and within minutes, phone screens lit up like emergency alerts. A single, uncompromising message from Kensington Palace stated that the Prince of Wales had finalized his position regarding the Duchess of Sussex. No elaboration, no polite qualifiers. The statement landed with the unmistakable weight of something long debated behind closed doors. According to aides close to the prince, this was not a reaction. This was a culmination. For weeks, a series of discreet warnings had been circling the upper levels of royal operations. Unusual patterns in overseas media coverage, a spike in coordinated narratives emerging from American platforms, and what one senior advisor describes as a narrative breach, an organized shift in tone pointing directly towards the Princess of Wales and the Crown's long-term stability. To understand why this morning's message feels so different, you need to hear what insiders have been whispering. Early in November, the palace's digital monitoring team flagged irregularities linking several entertainment outlets to a PR network that had previously surfaced during a high-profile communications clash in the past. Nothing illegal, nothing dramatic at first glance, but the timing raised concern. These narratives kept surfacing just as major royal engagements were underway. According to one communications specialist, it was the overlap that mattered. Narrative overlap never happens accidentally. While this was happening, Foreign Office officials quietly delivered a winter advisory note urging the palace to monitor the escalation more closely. Diplomats had noticed that the transatlantic divide on royal commentary was widening again and could complicate preparations for high-level tours scheduled early next year. The note was phrased with British restraint, but insiders say the message behind it was unmistakable. The crown needed consistency, not another season of competing stories. Princess Anne registered the shift immediately. Staff members close to her say she recognized the signs not because they were loud, but because they were familiar. She had lived through earlier waves of public turbulence and understood the cost of letting a narrative snowball unchecked. Her concern, delivered privately, added pressure to an already tense internal atmosphere. And then the signals accelerated. Coordinated commentary began appearing in American entertainment segments and talk shows, projecting themes that senior aides call structured framing, lines and angles that mirrored earlier cycles surrounding the Duchess of Sussex. The palace did not publicly respond, as expected, but inside Kensington Palace, the briefings became more frequent. The pattern was too consistent, one insider reveals. It felt prepared, it felt timed. As these developments unfolded, William found himself in a position no future monarch seeks, but every future monarch must face, deciding whether silence would protect the institution or endanger it. Anne urged vigilance. The government signaled concern. Even the palace's long-standing media teams began tightening internal reports. The sense of gravity grew by the day. By the final week of November, one conclusion became unavoidable. Stability required clarity, and clarity, according to those close to the decision, meant drawing a line that would not be interpreted as personal conflict, but as institutional protection. This morning's announcement is the first step in that line. And as you're about to see in the next part, it was only the beginning, because what the palace discovered next would turn a tense November into a crisis they could no longer ignore. If you're here right now, do not click away. The next developments explain why insiders describe this as the most consequential winter the monarchy has faced in more than 2 decades. What unfolded in the days after that early morning announcement did not happen in silence nor in secrecy. It happened in motion, a steady, calculated escalation, tracked carefully by senior aides who had already sensed that something was shifting beneath the surface long before the public realized it. And if part 1 laid out the spark, then what came next revealed the fuse that had been burning for weeks. Insiders say the turning point began quietly, almost too quietly, during the first week of November, when the palace's narrative monitoring unit flagged the first of what would become 3 distinct escalation waves. The pattern was precise: a series of entertainment panels in the United States featuring commentary portraying the Duchess of Sussex as poised for a major reinvention. Nothing unusual on its own, but the timing was peculiar. Each broadcast aligned directly with royal engagements back in Britain. One advisor describes it as shadow timing, where a secondary story repeatedly steals momentum from the primary royal agenda. At that stage, William was still committed to restraint. He believed the turbulence would settle the way previous cycles had. He prioritized the king's schedule, the Princess of Wales's health, and the upcoming diplomatic preparations for early next year. However, what he did not yet realize, though Anne already suspected, was that this shift in tone abroad was not random commentary. It was structured. The second escalation wave raised more eyebrows than the first. Multiple talk shows in the United States began referencing unnamed insiders from Buckingham Palace, claiming disagreements within the Wales household and tension involving the Princess of Wales. For the palace, these claims were not just inaccurate, they were logistically impossible. No such conversations had taken place, no such insiders existed. But the consistency of the wording across different programs suggested shared talking points. A senior communications advisor tells us, once you see identical phrasing repeated across channels that have no official relationship with each other, you stop assuming coincidence. According to this advisor, the palace did not panic, they analyzed. They created a timeline, and for the first time, they began suspecting an organized operation behind the narrative flow. Around this time, Foreign Office diplomats stepped in. A winter note was quietly delivered to senior officials at Buckingham Palace. It was not dramatic, but it was firm. It warned that the widening media divide between Britain and the United States was beginning to influence diplomatic conversations, and that the Crown might soon need a unified narrative strategy to prevent further strain. A government source involved in the drafting describes it as a preventative signal, not a reprimand, but says the message was clear. This was no longer just celebrity commentary. It was becoming a geopolitical distraction. Princess Anne took the development seriously. Those familiar with her approach describe her as someone who does not react easily, but reacts decisively once she does. Anne reportedly reviewed the note herself and requested a series of internal briefings. One aide says, "She knows the structure of royal turbulence better than anyone alive. When she speaks up, you pay attention." William still hoped diplomacy would be enough to stabilize the situation. He avoided confrontation, avoided speculation, and avoided fueling any media circus. But then came the third escalation wave, the one that shifted the palace's posture from monitoring to intervention. This wave centered on a coordinated set of narratives across podcasts, interviews, and lifestyle platforms in the United States. The claim being pushed was that the Duchess of Sussex was preparing to reclaim a humanitarian role she had been prevented from fulfilling in Britain. Again, the phrasing across outlets matched. Again, unnamed palace sources were cited. And again, the timing was precise, aligning with the Princess of Wales's preparations for a key environmental event. Senior staff began to see a pattern that could not be ignored. It was narrative displacement with a timed cycle, explains one digital analyst with direct insight into the reports. Every 72 hours, the focus shifted in a way that eroded the stability of the Crown's messaging. By mid-month, the situation had reached what insiders call a control threshold. That is the moment when the communications team no longer merely tracks a narrative, but predicts its next stage. And the prediction was troubling. Without intervention, the narrative risked expanding into a full-scale holiday season storyline, overshadowing the monarchy's December schedule and complicating the king's already delicate workload. William was briefed on the threshold during a late evening session at Kensington Palace. According to an aide present, this was the first time the prince's expression betrayed the strain. He wasn't angry, the aide recalls. He simply realized this wasn't going to end on its own. But the moment that truly changed everything had not yet arrived. Because what happened next, the emergence of a mysterious dossier, one that senior staff now refer to as the key turning point, would force the royal household into a level of urgency unseen since the early years after 2000. Stay with me, because the dossier did not simply confirm their fears, it exposed the scale of the narrative machine behind them. And its contents are what pushed the monarchy, for the first time this winter, into direct action. The moment the palace moved from concern to alarm came not from a broadcast, not from a social media spike, and not from any anonymous quote on an American panel. It came from an email, a simple production email that landed in the wrong inbox at exactly the right moment. And according to insiders, that accident was what exposed the full scale of the narrative structure that had been quietly forming overseas. Staff members now refer to it as the Winter Dossier, though technically, it had a far more innocuous subject line: seasonal rollout planning. A mid-level advisor at Buckingham Palace opened the file expecting routine logistics for a December program. Instead, what appeared was a multi-page strategy document outlining a coordinated media relaunch centered around the Duchess of Sussex. Not rumor, not speculation. A literal step-by-step framework with phases, messaging pillars, timing windows, and recommended talking points for various platforms. The dossier referenced interviews, op-eds, and scheduled entertainment segments. It was polished, sophisticated, and unmistakably produced by professionals who understood the mechanics of digital storytelling. Insiders who reviewed it described the document as a blueprint, not a pitch. One communications analyst says, it had the structure of a campaign already in motion, not theory, execution. The timing immediately caused concern. The proposed rollout overlapped with the monarchy's most symbolically significant weeks of the year: the Christmas message, royal visits, charitable initiatives, and long-planned environmental broadcasts led by the Prince and Princess of Wales. The overlap was not subtle, it was intentional. Multiple pages in the dossier outlined moments where the relaunch could intersect with royal coverage to maximize visibility. Intersection, that was the word that troubled senior aides most. Intersection suggested strategy, not coincidence. But the most sensitive element came in the final section of the dossier: an analysis of what the document called narrative vulnerabilities. According to palace insiders who have seen the report, the language was indirect but targeted, focusing on the Princess of Wales's public role. This is the section Princess Anne reportedly read twice. An aide close to her says she went unusually still, a reaction only those who have worked with her for decades can interpret accurately. Stillness, from Anne, signals disapproval of the highest order. Senior staff brought the dossier to William immediately. He received it inside a quiet study at Kensington Palace late in the evening, and according to one witness, he read the entire file without a single interruption. When he finished, he set it down. Not with anger, but with a kind of clarity that unsettled the room. One advisor says, it wasn't the content itself, it was the confirmation that there was structure behind the noise. While William was processing the dossier, Anne was already preparing her response. Those familiar with her approach explain that she does not escalate lightly. She escalates when the institution itself appears at risk. She requested a private meeting with senior communications heads for the following morning, and the moment she walked in, one aide described her posture as resolute in a way that only someone born into duty can be. But the turning point of this chapter wasn't Anne's reaction, it was Camilla's. Queen Camilla read the dossier later that same afternoon, in the subdued winter light of Clarence House. According to staff, she did not raise her voice or call in advisors. She simply asked for William to be briefed again with full context. And then she sent a message of her own, quiet, direct, and significant. For someone who typically avoids internal conflict, her alignment with William signaled that the matter had officially moved beyond communications and into the realm of royal stability. By this point, Foreign Office officials had reviewed their own assessments and found that the dossier's proposed timeline aligned with their concerns regarding diplomatic planning. It created a rare moment of institutional convergence: palace communications, government advisors, and senior royals all recognizing the same pattern at the same moment. When William reconvened with Anne and Camilla in the early evening, aides say the atmosphere had shifted. There was no debate about whether the dossier represented a challenge. The question was how large that challenge could grow if left unchecked. One advisor summarized the room's tone. This wasn't about individuals, this was about momentum. And momentum, if not countered, becomes narrative fact. What William did next set the stage for the confrontation that would unfold in the 1844 room. He instructed the communications team to verify the dossier's origin and map it against the previous week's narrative waves. Within hours, analysts confirmed a pattern. Messaging windows matched. Terminology aligned. The escalation cycle fit the predicted schedule almost precisely. That confirmation was the final signal. And as we move into what came after, the closed-door meeting that insiders are now calling the most consequential internal discussion of the winter, it becomes clear why the dossier was not just a revelation. It was the point where the monarchy understood that this winter's turbulence was not drifting toward them. It was coming for them. The meeting that followed has already entered palace lore. Not because of drama or raised voices, but because of the rare alignment of three figures who almost never stand on the same side of an internal issue. When William, Anne, and Camilla walked into the 1844 room that evening, staff members say the atmosphere changed instantly, as if the temperature itself shifted. Everyone present understood that what was about to happen would shape the Crown's approach to the months ahead. The 1844 room has witnessed negotiations with presidents, agreements with prime ministers, and briefing sessions on matters of global security. But insiders say it has rarely hosted a conversation driven so directly by concern for institutional stability. This was not a meeting about public relations. It was a meeting about momentum that had already turned dangerous. William arrived with a folder of printed analyses under his arm. Anne came with handwritten notes. Camilla, unusually quiet, carried no papers at all. She didn't need them. According to staff close to her, she had read the dossier 3 times and understood its implications as clearly as William did. She had lived through a period when public turmoil nearly consumed her role. She knew how fast an unchecked narrative could spiral. The door closed. Senior advisors sat straight-backed, prepared for a long night, and the Prince of Wales opened the discussion with a single sentence that, according to those present, silenced the entire room. "We are here because this has crossed the threshold." He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The threshold was the palace's internal marker, the point where monitoring becomes intervention, and everyone in the room understood that crossing it meant there was no returning to silence. The head of the digital monitoring unit began the briefing. Screens lit up with charts illustrating the 72-hour cycles that had driven the November escalation. Aides had mapped each spike of commentary in the United States against key royal engagements in Britain. The pattern was unmistakable. Every time the Princess of Wales prepared for a major appearance, a new narrative wave emerged abroad. Anne leaned forward slightly. One advisor who was present says this was the moment she locked in, the moment she understood that this was no longer a random swirl of external noise. "The structure is too tight," she said quietly. "This is coordinated." Next came the verification of the winter dossier. Analysts confirmed that several phrases found in the document matched the language used by commentators over the preceding 2 weeks. Timing windows, projected peaks, and recommended messaging arcs aligned almost perfectly with what had already unfolded. This was not a concept. It was an active plan. Camilla spoke for the first time then. Her voice, according to advisors, was steady but unusually firm. She said, "Charles has been managing a heavy season. He cannot carry the strain of another narrative upheaval." Those who know her say this was not fear, it was realism. She had seen public storms before. She understood their cost. William listened without interruption. When he finally spoke, he addressed the room with the restraint he is known for, but also with a clarity that advisors describe as unmistakably decisive. "This cannot become our December," he said. "We cannot allow this to dictate our work or weaken the institution while we are trying to modernize." Then came the legal briefing. A senior protocol advisor explained the Crown operational protocol, the mechanism that allows the heir to establish boundaries when external narratives threaten the institution's stability. It is rarely invoked, almost never publicly acknowledged, but it exists precisely for moments like this. Anne was the one who broke the silence that followed. According to an insider, she said, "If reinforcement is needed, it should be decisive. Half measures only invite repetition." End quote. Thanks for watching. For someone known for blunt common sense, it was a remarkably sharp endorsement. The final presentation came from the Foreign Office liaison. He confirmed that several diplomatic partners had already noticed the November drift and had quietly asked whether the Crown intended to address it. He warned that failure to establish clarity could complicate early-year visits and international negotiations. When he finished, the room fell still. Not frozen, focused. William looked at the dossier once more. He did not look frustrated. He looked resolved. Insiders say this was the moment the decision crystallized. He knew that any action taken would be interpreted through a global lens. He knew the announcement would be dissected, debated, and questioned across continents. But he also knew something else, something the others had already reached themselves. Silence was no longer the safe option. In that room, with the winter wind brushing faintly against the tall windows, the future king understood that drawing a boundary was not a reaction, it was a necessity. What he did next set the clock ticking towards 6:47 in the morning, the moment the world would see the result of this meeting. But before that statement could be crafted, there was one final step: shaping the message with absolute precision, eliminating any ambiguity, and preparing the crown for the impact that would follow. And that step, the overnight decision that transformed a private briefing into a historic declaration, is where the next part of this story begins. The hours leading up to the 6:47 announcement were not dramatic, not chaotic, and not filled with the frantic energy people often imagine. According to insiders, they were marked by an almost unnerving calm, the kind that settles in when a decision has already been made and all that remains is execution. William, after leaving the 1844 room, returned to his private study and began shaping the statement himself, not delegating, not dictating, writing. A senior advisor describes the scene. He went line by line, removing anything that could be misread. He wasn't trying to deliver emotion. He was trying to deliver clarity. That clarity was essential. If the boundary was even slightly ambiguous, the narrative cycle would simply regenerate the moment it sensed space. The crown needed a message that was firm enough to halt speculation, but measured enough to prevent escalation. Princess Anne arrived at Kensington Palace shortly after 6 in the morning. Her presence wasn't ceremonial. She came to ensure the message reflected the institution's long-term interests rather than short-term frustration. One aide who saw her enter the building said, "She walked in with that unmistakable Anne purpose, focused, steady, prepared." She reviewed the final draft with William and nodded once, nothing more. With Anne, one nod is equivalent to a full endorsement. Then came the moment no one expected. Camilla arriving earlier than planned, wrapped in a dark winter coat, her expression composed but unmistakably resolute. She had already given her support in the 1844 room, but insiders say she wanted William to see that she meant it, fully and without hesitation. According to someone present, she placed a hand on the back of his chair and said quietly, "Your father will understand this." It was not reassurance. It was acknowledgement of a reality she knew Charles himself would face one day. By 6:30, the palace communications team had gathered in an adjacent room, waiting for the final green light. They were prepared for every outcome: public shock, global debate, immediate commentary from American networks. But what they were not prepared for was the simplicity of the statement. As one staffer put it, he didn't want a speech, he wanted a line. William read the final version one last time. No accusations, no personal references, no dramatic language, just a boundary. A professional, institutional, future-facing boundary. At 6:47 exactly, Kensington Palace transmitted the message across its official channels. It took fewer than 60 seconds for British broadcasters to interrupt their schedules. Within 5 minutes, American newsrooms were pulling the story into their late-night coverage. And within 10 minutes, global social media had turned the statement into the leading headline of the morning. The most widely quoted line was this: "The Prince of Wales has determined that there will be no future coordination or engagement with the Duchess of Sussex." Analysts immediately noted what was missing. There was no phrase commonly included in palace statements, no suggestion that the matter could be revisited in the future. That absence told the story. According to a senior royal correspondent, when the palace removes the phrase "subject to review," it means the position is final, not temporary, final. Reactions across Britain were immediate. Some expressed relief, saying the crown needed stability. Others expressed sadness that the situation had reached this point at all. Overseas, particularly in the United States, the mood was more conflicted. Commentators speculated about the long-term impact, while others questioned what had led William to make the strongest institutional move of his public life. Meanwhile, inside Clarence House, Charles received the announcement from his private secretary. Those close to the king say his reaction was quiet, reflective, and tinged with a kind of sorrow only a father can feel, but also with understanding. He had always taught William that leadership sometimes demands choices that cannot please everyone. And for William, this was not a moment of triumph. It was a moment of necessity. a boundary drawn not out of bitterness, but out of responsibility. Yet, as we move into the next part of this unfolding winter chapter, one thing becomes clear. Drawing the line was only phase one. The real challenge would come in the hours and days that followed, when the crown would have to steady itself under the weight of the world's reaction and prepare for what the dossier had warned about next. In the hours after the announcement, the palace shifted into what insiders describe as controlled recalibration, a quiet, disciplined effort to stabilize the institution after the most definitive boundary set by a future king in more than 2 decades. There was no urgency, no scrambling, no chaos. Instead, staff moved with the steady precision of a team that had prepared for this moment long before it arrived. The objective was clear: reinforce calm, restore order, and ensure the crown's December schedule remained untouchable. The communications office updated internal briefing notes for embassies and diplomatic partners. The Foreign Office issued guidance instructing officials to direct all questions to a standard response that simply stated, "The matter is closed." For the first time in weeks, advisors felt the air shift from tension to direction. One aide put it plainly, "We finally had a line to stand behind." Princess Anne returned to her engagements with unmistakable determination. Observers noted the confidence in her stride, the posture of someone who had warned early, acted early, and watched the institution respond exactly when it needed to. Camilla spent the afternoon out of the public eye, reflecting quietly. Those close to her say she felt a mixture of relief and inevitability. She understood the emotional cost of public storms, and she understood the value of ending one before it fully formed. At Clarence House, the king absorbed the news in a measured silence. He knew the pain of fractured narratives. He knew how deeply public scrutiny can wound a family. But he also knew what leadership demands. Those in the room describe him as composed, if solemn. It was never the outcome he hoped for, but it was one he understood. Across Britain, reactions remained divided but passionate. Some callers on afternoon radio praised the clarity, calling it a long overdue step toward stability. Others expressed sadness that the rift had reached this point at all. Meanwhile, in the United States, commentators debated the implications for the royal family's global image, with analysts split between viewing the announcement as strategic discipline or emotional closure. The divide itself underscored exactly what the dossier had predicted. 2 nations, 2 narratives. But as night settled over London, and the palace lights glowed against the cold, something new emerged. Stillness. For the first time in weeks, the story no longer felt like it was spiraling. The monarchy had redrawn its boundaries, reinforced its message, and restored a degree of calm that had been slipping away since early November. This wasn't triumph, it wasn't defeat, it was a reset. And while the narrative cycle may continue overseas, the crown has sent its clearest signal yet. Stability takes precedence over sentiment, and clarity is sometimes the only way to protect the future. Before we close this chapter, thank you for staying with me through this unfolding winter story. If you want to follow every update, analysis, and behind-the-scenes insight as this situation develops, make sure you subscribe, leave your thoughts below, and stay tuned, because in the world of royal dynamics, the story never truly ends.
The sky over Los Angeles wasn't red, it was burning. Entire neighborhoods disappeared behind walls of flame as emergency crews raced from one collapsing fire line to the next. In a single night, the world's most famous city looked less like a symbol of glamour and more like the front line of a climate war no one was winning. And as the smoke drifted north, so did the political shockwaves. Because while Californians fought for their homes, Donald Trump made a statement that ignited an entirely different kind of firestorm, this one across the border in Canada. At a January rally, he looked into the cameras and said Canada had a giant faucet up north, a massive water tap that could simply be opened to send water flowing down to drought-stricken California. To millions of Americans frustrated by heat waves, dry reservoirs, and failing crops, the line sounded almost reassuring. A simple fix, a neighborly solution, just turn the handle. But in Canada, it was the opposite. It was an alarm bell. To Ottawa, Trump's comment didn't sound like policy, it sounded like possession. It turned Canada's most sacred natural resource, its rivers, lakes, and snow-fed watersheds, into something transactional, something Washington believed it could claim in a moment of desperation. And for a country built around conservation, stewardship, and a deep cultural reverence for water, that one-word faucet hit like a slap. because behind it was a message Canada had been hearing more often, that the United States no longer saw them as an equal partner, but as a reservoir waiting to be tapped. And as wildfires raged in the south and political rhetoric escalated in the north, one question began to surface with dangerous clarity. What happens when a superpower starts eyeing its neighbor's water as the next strategic resource? In the days after Trump's faucet remark, something shifted quietly but unmistakably in Washington. Without holding a press conference or issuing a formal explanation, U.S. officials placed an unexpected freeze on negotiations to modernize the Columbia River Treaty, a cornerstone agreement that has governed cross-border water flows and hydroelectric cooperation for more than half a century. The talks had been progressing under President Biden, with both sides signaling optimism. Under Trump's return, that optimism evaporated almost overnight. Canadian officials noticed first. Then they connected the dots. The pause didn't look like a bureaucratic delay. It looked like leverage. And when whispers began circulating that new tariffs on Canadian exports were being considered, Ottawa realized the United States was preparing to turn water, once a shared responsibility, into a bargaining chip. British Columbia's Energy Minister, Adrian Dix, didn't hold back. Standing before a row of microphones, he condemned what he called a wave of vicious anti-Canadian attacks and warned that weaponizing trade to gain access to Canadian water would trigger a backlash far greater than Washington expected. His tone reflected something deeper than politics. A cultural line crossed, a national boundary tested. But it was Prime Minister Mark Carney who delivered the message that truly crystallized Canada's stance. In an unusually blunt address from Parliament Hill, Carney declared that water was not a commodity, not a political tool, and certainly not a foreign policy concession. It was a pillar of Canadian sovereignty, an inheritance of geography, history, and identity that no government would ever negotiate under pressure. Carney's speech struck like a thunderclap. Within hours, the story dominated Canadian media. Analysts called it the strongest public defense of water rights in modern Canadian history. Citizens flooded social platforms with messages of support, accusing Washington of entitlement and warning that Canada's rivers were not for sale. What began as a careless line at a rally had spiraled into a diplomatic confrontation, and with treaty negotiations frozen, trade tensions rising, and anger hardening on both sides of the border, one thing became clear. This wasn't just a dispute about water. It was the beginning of a new era in North American power politics. South of the border, the crisis that fueled Trump's rhetoric was growing darker by the day. California, once the pride of American agriculture and a symbol of endless prosperity, was drying out in real time. Reservoir levels that had supported tens of millions of people for generations had fallen to historic lows. The Colorado River, the lifeline of the American West, was shrinking so quickly that satellite images looked like before and after photos of a vanished civilization. Fields turned to dust. Orchards died standing. Entire counties began drilling deeper and deeper wells, only to hit saltwater or collapsing aquifers. For years, policymakers tried to downplay the emergency, but by 2024, the veneer of control cracked. Water wasn't a policy issue anymore, it was a survival crisis. Former International Joint Commission official Rob Sisson put it bluntly in an interview that ricocheted across U.S. media. Water security in California is national security for food, health, and the country itself. And that's where desperation began, feeding into geopolitics. Because as America's most fertile state edged toward collapse, Washington started searching for solutions outside its borders. Every potential fix came with problems. Desalination plants burned through billions, yet produced only fractions of what the state needed. Groundwater pumping created sinkholes and structural instability. Water transfers between states sparked lawsuits, protests, and political standoffs that froze cooperation. America was running out of water and out of time. That's when analysts began revisiting Trump's remark, not as an offhand insult, but as a window into a strategic mindset. The Columbia River system supplies almost 40% of America's hydroelectric power, but much of that water starts in Canada. To a nation staring down a future of scarcity, That upstream reality wasn't just geographic, it was geopolitical leverage they didn't control. And as America's drought worsened, the idea of Canadian water stopped being a hypothetical. It became something else, a pressure point, a vulnerability, a resource Washington increasingly felt entitled to. Canada saw the shift long before Americans admitted it, and that realization would shape what Ottawa did next. Ottawa didn't wait for Washington to make the next move. The freeze on the Columbia River Treaty, the tariff threats, and the increasingly casual American rhetoric about Canadian water had revealed something deeper. The United States no longer viewed Canada as a partner, but as a reservoir. And if Canada didn't redefine the terms of engagement now, it would soon be negotiating from a position of weakness. So Ottawa pivoted quietly, strategically, and with a precision that caught even seasoned analysts off guard. Instead of debating water exports or entering reactive diplomacy, Canada began reshaping its economy around something far more powerful than raw resources: control over water-based innovation. Ministries across British Columbia, Quebec, Alberta, and the Maritimes were instructed to accelerate investments in water tech infrastructure. The goal wasn't to sell water. The goal was to build an economic fortress around it. Behind closed doors, policymakers called it the water tech doctrine. Smart irrigation networks powered by AI were deployed to protect agricultural output. Advanced water recycling systems, once niche environmental projects, became national priorities. Research funding poured into precision hydrology, glacier monitoring, and clean tech hydroengineering. Even Canada's dam management protocols were upgraded with real-time data analytics to optimize flow and protect biodiversity. What looked from afar like environmental stewardship was something else entirely. Canada building an economic moat around the very resource Washington was eyeing. And the message was subtle but unmistakable. If the United States wanted access to the future of water, it wouldn't be through extraction or pipelines. It would be through Canadian expertise, Canadian technology, and Canadian systems on Canada's terms. The pivot wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, but it was a turning point, because for the first time, Canada wasn't just defending its rivers, it was weaponizing its mastery of water management, transforming national identity into national strategy. And that strategy was about to reshape the continent. Canada's pivot around water management did more than protect its sovereignty. It unlocked a transformation that had been years in the making, one the world had largely overlooked until the United States pushed too hard. As Washington battled internal chaos and climate emergencies, Ottawa began stitching together the foundations of a new economic identity, a nation powered not by extraction, but by sustainable strength. By 2023, nearly a third of all foreign direct investment flowing into Canada targeted green and sustainable projects, a six-fold surge in just 3 years. Investors weren't guessing. They were following signals: stability, predictability, and a clean energy grid unlike anything in the G7. With 82% of its electricity coming from renewable sources, Canada suddenly offered what every modern manufacturer craved: cheap, reliable, and green power. That advantage echoed across the provinces. In Ontario and Quebec, global automakers began anchoring their EV and battery supply chains around hydro-powered industrial corridors. In British Columbia, clean tech firms specializing in water treatment, recycling, and precision agriculture positioned themselves as world leaders. Even Alberta, long associated with oil, accelerated its diversification into green hydrogen and carbon capture. But the real inflection point came with the Canada-EU Green Alliance, a landmark agreement that turned environmental credibility into economic currency. The deal granted Canadian exporters a privileged bridge into Europe's rapidly expanding clean tech market, precisely as the United States erected tariff walls and retreated into isolationism. While Washington debated crisis responses, Canada was designing the future. Its trade networks now stretched into markets representing 60% of global GDP. Its environmental standards aligned with global expectations. Its water tech innovations became the backbone of new international partnerships. Ottawa didn't need to shout about its rise. The world was already watching. In a continent shaken by drought, fire, and political volatility, Canada's calm wasn't a weakness. It was a strategic asset, and one transforming quiet confidence into quiet power. As Canada methodically built its new green industrial backbone, Washington doubled down on the only tool it felt still carried weight: tariffs. The logic was simple: pressure Canada economically, extract leverage diplomatically, and force Ottawa back to the negotiating table over water. But every tariff the United States launched seemed to misfire, ricocheting across supply chains in ways American strategists hadn't fully anticipated. The first cracks appeared in the auto sector. When Washington slapped new duties on Canadian metals and components, U.S. automakers responded not by reshoring their supply chains, but by shifting future investments northward. They needed stable electricity, predictable policies, and access to green credits advantages the U.S. grid and regulatory climate simply couldn't match, and Canada offered all of them. Then came the battery shock. In a development that stunned analysts, Bloomberg NEF ranked Canada, not the United States, not China, not South Korea, as the top country in the world for future battery supply chain potential. The reason was as simple as it was strategic: clean energy, abundant critical minerals, and a government willing to invest billions where Washington debated endlessly. Within months, more than $46 billion USD in private investment poured into EV and battery plants across Ontario and Quebec. These weren't symbolic projects, they were long-term infrastructure commitments from global giants betting on Canada as a manufacturing anchor for the next half-century. What was meant to weaken Ottawa had instead strengthened it. American tariffs turned into a gravitational force, pulling capital, talent, and technological ecosystems northward. Instead of isolating Canada, Washington's pressure accelerated its rise. And with every new plant announcement, every green tech partnership, every international alliance signed outside America's orbit, the geopolitical balance of the continent shifted a little further. America First, in practice, was becoming Canada Ascendant, a reversal no strategist in Washington had anticipated, yet one they were increasingly forced to acknowledge. Canada wasn't just weathering the storm, it was turning the storm into momentum. As North America's political tension deepened, the rest of the world began paying attention not to the insults, not to the tariffs, but to the resource at the center of it all. Water, once treated as an afterthought in geopolitics, was now revealing itself as the defining power variable of the 21st century. And in a planet growing hotter, thirstier, and more unstable each year, the nation with the cleanest, coldest, and most abundant reserves wasn't a military giant or an oil titan. It was Canada. Across Europe, droughts had pushed rivers so low that commercial shipping stalled. In the Middle East, aquifer depletion triggered agricultural collapse and mass migration. In Asia, megacities fought over shrinking reservoirs. The world was beginning to understand what Canada had quietly protected for generations. Water is destiny, and the countries that steward it will become the anchors in an age of scarcity. This global awakening reshaped foreign policy overnight. Brussels fast-tracked environmental and trade alliances with Ottawa. Tokyo expanded climate tech collaborations, seeing Canada's water governance model as a blueprint for its own resilience planning. Even Delhi, facing record heat waves, sought joint research agreements on glacier preservation and watershed management. While the United States wavered between crisis response and political turbulence, Canada was signing deals, creating corridors of cooperation, and becoming a hub for green diplomacy. Analysts began calling it the biggest soft power shift since the rise of oil in the 20th century. Only this time, power didn't roar from pipelines or refineries. It flowed quietly through rivers, reservoirs, and rain-fed forests. Canada's advantage wasn't just abundance. It was discipline, its unwavering stance that water was a public trust, not a commodity. And in a world where stability itself had become a rare resource, that discipline turned into influence. Nations looked to Ottawa not just for technology or trade access, but for something more intangible: leadership. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the global balance of power began to tilt toward the country that guarded the source rather than the country that demanded the flow. In the end, the entire crisis circled back to the moment it began. A wildfire choked California, a desperate nation staring into a future of thirst, and one offhand remark from Donald Trump that echoed far louder than anyone expected. He called Canada a faucet, an image so casual, so dismissive, that it lit up an entire country overnight. But months later, as the dust settled and the geopolitics hardened, the metaphor revealed something deeper. Because Canada is not a faucet, it is the source. The rivers Trump wanted to redirect aren't pipes. They are ancient, glacier-fed arteries carved over millennia. They shape ecosystems, power grids, and indigenous homelands. They define borders, economies, and identities. They are not handles to be turned based on the political mood of the moment. And that is what Washington never anticipated. As the United States scrambled to respond to drought, internal division, and collapsing infrastructure, Canada moved with quiet precision, transforming water from a vulnerability into a strategic shield, then into an engine of national renewal. While America fought crises, Canada built alliances. While Washington tried to impose pressure, Ottawa converted pressure into power. The world watched the contrast unfold. One nation burned, grasping for solutions. The other flowed steady, deliberate, unyielding. But the real story isn't about treaties, tariffs, or even Trump's remark. It's about something much larger: the emergence of water as the central force shaping global politics. Oil defined the last century. Water will define the next. And the country that guards the source does not just gain protection, it gains influence. And that leads to the question the world is beginning to whisper, the question that will shape the geopolitics of the century ahead. In an era shaped by scarcity, who truly holds power? The nation that builds the dams, or the nation that owns the rivers? Thank you for watching. If this story opened your eyes, tap like and subscribe. Every click helps bring truth to the surface.
Buckingham Palace did something this morning that it almost never does. It admitted weakness. At precisely 10 a.m., in a tone so clinical it bordered on cold, the palace released a 4-sentence statement that stopped the world mid-scroll. On the surface, it looked simple, a routine update about medical matters and the Prince of Wales temporarily stepping back. But if you read between the lines, if you understand how the monarchy communicates, then you know those sentences were not transparency. They were containment, because what the palace didn't say was louder than what it did. Behind those 4 sentences is a truth so devastating, so tightly controlled, that even senior royal staff learned about it at the same moment the public did. This wasn't notice. It was a warning. The heir to the British throne is disappearing from public life. Suddenly, indefinitely. And the reason is far darker than the monarchy is ready to admit. This is not just about Prince William's health. This is about Catherine's health, too. This is about 2 parents facing simultaneous crises. And it's about a secret decision William made, one that could shatter the very family he is trying to protect. For the last 72 hours, doctors have been slipping in and out of private entrances at Kensington Palace. Security around Adelaide Cottage was quietly doubled overnight, and multiple royal protection officers have been reassigned without explanation. Nothing about this situation is routine, no matter what the palace would like the world to believe. In the next 15 minutes, you will hear the story behind the statement, the one the public was never meant to know. You will see the 48 hours when William learned the truth about his condition, the moment Catherine's own illness spiraled out of control, and the 6-hour emergency meeting where King Charles broke down in front of his advisors. But more than that, you will hear about the secret, the choice, the plan William hid from everyone, including his wife. And when you hear it, you will have to decide for yourself. Was he acting out of love or out of fear? Was this the only way to save his family, or the decision that nearly destroyed it? Stay with us, because inside those 4 sentences is a story the world was never supposed to read, and it will change everything you thought you knew about the future king. 48 hours before the palace published its 4-sentence bombshell, Prince William woke up believing it would be a normal day. He had a routine medical checkup on his schedule, the kind he'd been doing quietly every quarter for years. Nothing alarming, nothing unusual, except for one detail. Catherine insisted on driving him herself. That alone raised eyebrows among the protection team. Senior royals rarely travel without a full motorcade, and almost never with the princess behind the wheel. But she didn't argue. She simply said, "I'm taking him," with a tone that ended the discussion. William didn't protest either. They both understood the gravity hanging between them, even if neither dared speak it aloud. The drive into London was silent. Not tense, worse. Heavy. William stared out the window, watching the gray morning blur past, while Catherine kept both hands locked on the steering wheel, her jaw tight, her thoughts elsewhere. They had been waiting for this appointment for weeks, each day carrying a quiet dread neither wanted to acknowledge. At the private medical facility, they entered through a rear entrance normally used only for high-security patients. Cameras couldn't see them. Staff pretended not to recognize them. Everything was choreographed to ensure no one suspected anything. The appointment was scheduled for 90 minutes. It lasted almost 4 hours. Blood work, neurological assessments, advanced imaging, tests that go far beyond routine. By the time the lead physician returned with the results, William already knew. He could see in the man's eyes, the tightness around the mouth, the weight in his shoulders. Doctors don't need to speak for patients to understand. Still, when the words finally came, they hit like a physical blow. Degenerative, progressive, unpredictable timeline. Catherine's hand shot to her mouth, tears spilling instantly. William, meanwhile, didn't move. He sat perfectly upright, fingers interlaced so tightly his knuckles turned white, his breath shallow, his heartbeat loud in his ears. The medical terms blurred, too technical, too fast. But 2 words carved themselves into his consciousness. "This will get worse." "How long?" he asked, voice barely audible. The doctor hesitated. That was the worst part. With treatment, possibly years. Without treatment, shorter. The drive home afterward felt unreal. Catherine couldn't remember a single turn she made. William barely blinked. London buzzed around them, commuters, buses, tourists, while they drifted through the city like ghosts, holding a secret that would change a nation. When they finally parked at Adelaide Cottage, neither stepped out. They sat there, trapped between a world they knew and the one waiting for them inside. A world where they would have to pretend, for their staff, their duties, and worst of all, their children, that everything was still normal. But nothing was normal anymore, and the real unraveling had only just begun. If the first blow shattered William, the second nearly brought him to his knees. It happened less than 24 hours after his own diagnosis, at a moment when they were both still trying to absorb the unthinkable. At dawn, Catherine woke with sound William would later describe as pure pain. Not discomfort, not fatigue. A sharp, gasping cry that ripped through the quiet of Adelaide Cottage. He turned toward her instantly, but she was already curling forward, clutching her abdomen, her breath unsteady, her skin drained of color. This wasn't new pain. It was worse pain, a sudden acceleration of the symptoms she had been managing privately for months with a team of specialists. William's hands shook as he called her doctors, his voice cracking despite his effort to stay calm. Within the hour, 2 physicians arrived discreetly through the side entrance, bypassing staff, bypassing protocol, bypassing anything that could tip off the press. They examined her in the master bedroom, while William stood at the foot of the bed, helpless, gripping the bed frame as if it were the only thing keeping him upright. The results were immediate and merciless. Her condition had progressed. Rapidly. Far more rapidly than even her specialists had predicted. Treatment options that once sounded theoretical, distant milestones they could prepare for slowly, were suddenly urgent. They had to make decisions now, not months from now. Decisions that would affect Catherine's health, her ability to carry out royal duties, and even her capacity to simply move through daily life without debilitating pain. For William, it was an impossible twist of fate. His own diagnosis was less than a day old. He hadn't processed a single layer of it. Not the prognosis, not the timeline, not what it meant for Monarchy, and not what it meant for his children. And now, he was being asked to lead, decide, comfort, coordinate, and protect, while barely able to breathe under the weight of his own news. He needed guidance. He needed time. But all he had was crisis. By mid-afternoon, Catherine's doctors recommended initiating the first stage of aggressive treatment within days. William nodded mechanically, asking questions he couldn't remember 10 minutes later. His mind was running two races at once, one for her survival and one for his own. He walked out of the bedroom and into the hallway, the walls closing around him. His phone buzzed with missed calls from advisors, staff, and his father. He stared at the screen but didn't answer, because deep down, he knew the truth he couldn't yet say aloud. This wasn't a private family emergency anymore. This was the moment the crown itself began to crack. By late afternoon, William could no longer delay the inevitable. Catherine's condition had escalated. His own diagnosis was still a storm he hadn't had time to name. And now the palace needed answers, not rumors, not fragments, not panic-driven whispers between staff, but answers that would shape the future of the monarchy. At 5:12 p.m., Kensington Palace activated a protocol used only for national emergencies and succession-related crises. A secure room deep inside the palace, soundproofed, shielded, inaccessible to anyone without special clearance, was prepared for what insiders now call the most devastating royal briefing in decades. 12 people were summoned: doctors, senior advisors, communication strategists, legal experts, and, arriving halfway through, the king. When William entered the room, silence fell immediately. He didn't ease into it with polite formalities. He didn't soften the edges. Instead, he spoke with the clipped precision of a man holding himself together by force. He laid out the facts of his diagnosis first: the degenerative nature, the unpredictable progression, the treatment options, and a timeline that no one wanted to say out loud. Several advisors visibly paled. One woman, a trusted member of the royal household for over 30 years, brought a hand to her mouth and quietly began to cry. Then William delivered the second blow: Catherine's condition, the sudden decline, the urgent treatment, the reality that both the Prince and Princess of Wales were now medically compromised simultaneously. The room shifted, not emotionally, politically. This wasn't simply a family tragedy. It was a constitutional earthquake. Doctors spoke next, outlining possible plans, best-case and worst-case scenarios. Legal advisors followed, detailing what would happen if William had temporarily or even permanently stepped back from royal duties. Succession questions that had once been theoretical were suddenly immediate. What roles would the Queen Consort take? What responsibilities would shift to Prince Edward or Princess? And how would state duties be covered? And then the king arrived. Charles walked in quickly but sat slowly, as if bracing himself. William repeated the facts for him alone. The king's eyes filled almost instantly. At one point, he covered his face with both hands, a rare, raw gesture for a man whose public life had been built on restraint. When the strategists finally regained control of the meeting, a single conclusion emerged. They had to tell the public something, just enough to prevent chaos, but not enough to expose the full truth. A statement would be drafted, short, controlled, carefully sanitized by time. But as the meeting broke after 6 agonizing hours, no one in that room knew the most dangerous element of all. Prince William was hiding a plan, one that not even the crown had prepared for. At exactly 10 a.m. the next morning, Kensington Palace Press published, for sentences, seemingly calm, painfully vague, and powerful enough to hijack the global news cycle within minutes. The Prince and Princess of Wales are facing serious health challenges requiring their full attention. Prince William will temporarily step back from public duties to focus on family and medical matters. The family requests privacy as they pursue treatment. Further updates will be shared when appropriate. That was it. No names or conditions. No prognosis. No explanation for why both of them were suddenly incapacitated. It was the kind of statement designed not to inform, but to prevent a meltdown. Instead, it triggered one. Within 3 minutes, #PrayForWilliam began trending worldwide. Within 10, every major news network cut their programming. Within 30, reporters were already stationed outside every royal residence, shouting questions into cold morning air. Is this related to the king's health? Is the heir stepping down? Where is Catherine? No one had answers, because the truth was still locked inside a handful of minds. Inside Adelaide Cottage, William and Catherine watched quietly from their sitting room. The curtains were drawn. The phones were silenced. Their 3 children were home from school under the excuse of a family day, though even young Louis sensed something was deeply wrong. William stood by the window, hands behind his back, posture rigid, watching security officers pace the grounds. Overnight, protection had doubled. Additional vehicles had arrived before dawn. There was no hiding the escalation anymore. The world saw everything except the reason. Catherine, pale and exhausted, curled into an armchair, her blanket wrapped tight around her. Every vibration of her phone made her flinch. Every headline that flashed on TV felt like a countdown. She knew what the public was already whispering. Cancer, neurological illness, crisis marriage theories, abdication rumors. The monarchy was bleeding information, and silence only sharpened speculation. Then came a knock, firm, familiar. The king. Charles arrived at Kensington visibly shaken, not as a monarch, but as a father. He pulled William into a long embrace in the hallway, a gesture that broke decades of royal distance. When they moved into the study, William finally told him the full truth. Every detail of his diagnosis, every fear, every medical opinion, every possibility they dreaded. Charles listened without interrupting. But when William said the words, "If my condition worsens," something inside the king visibly cracked. "What do you need from me?" Charles asked, voice unsteady. "Anything I have is yours." William's answer was simple, heartbreaking, and brutally honest. "I need time with my family, and I need to know my children will be protected if I can't fulfill my role." The king promised, but even he didn't know that William had already crossed a line no statement could cover, and no monarchy could control, because behind those 4 sentences lay one truth the world hadn't heard yet. Prince William was preparing to disappear. The world believed Prince William had stepped back to rest, to focus on family, to prioritize treatment. But behind the palace walls, he was preparing for something far more dangerous, a decision so extreme that even his doctors refused to recommend it, a decision he planned to take alone. After the 6-hour emergency meeting, William met privately with his medical team. They presented 2 formal options. Neither felt like a future. Option 1, aggressive standard treatment, surgeries, heavy medications, a brutal recovery period that would leave him incapacitated for months. Best case scenario, slowing the decline, not stopping it. Option 2, palliative care, a softer path that prioritized comfort rather than longevity. It meant a shorter timeline, but more predictability. William rejected both almost immediately, not out of arrogance, but out of terror. Terror of missing Charlotte's teenage years. Terror of George becoming king without a father's guidance. Terror of Louis being too young to remember him at all. Then came the third option, the one buried deep in his research, the one his doctors mentioned only to dismiss, an experimental protocol in Switzerland. Early trials, high risk, no guarantees, a failure rate so severe the team called it statistically unacceptable. But for William, unacceptable was the idea of leaving his family behind. Over the next 48 hours, he contacted the Swiss facility privately, reviewing documents, submitting medical scans, signing pages of legal disclaimers acknowledging he could lose his speech, mobility, or his life. He arranged transportation. He negotiated confidentiality. He crafted a believable cover. Time away, intensive therapy, privacy for Catherine's recovery. Only Catherine wouldn't know the truth. Not yet. This was the part that broke him most. The secrecy. They vowed absolute honesty on their wedding day. They had promised to share every burden. Yet he couldn't bring himself to hand her another weight when she was already drowning in her own. So William rationalized it. If the treatment failed, she wouldn't watch him deteriorate. If it succeeded, she would gain years she never expected. If it killed him, at least she would remember him choosing hope. But his father saw through him. During a private visit, Charles studied his son's face, the strain around his eyes, the tension in his jaw, and said quietly, "You're planning something you know I wouldn't approve." William confessed everything. Charles didn't shout, didn't order, didn't command. He simply asked the one question William had avoided even in his own mind. If you died doing this, how do I explain to your wife and children why you weren't here? William had no answer, only resolve. Charles knew he couldn't stop him, but he made his son promise one thing. You will tell Catherine before you go. She deserves the truth, even if it breaks her. William nodded. The Switzerland plan was happening, and a confession that could shatter their marriage was now unavoidable. 10 days before his scheduled departure for Switzerland, the weight of the secret became unbearable. William had spent a week living inside a lie, holding Catherine's hand through her worsening pain, attending rushed medical consultations, helping with the children's homework, all while knowing he was preparing to vanish into an experimental treatment that might kill him. Every moment with her felt borrowed. Every smile felt counterfeit. Every silence felt like betrayal. That night, when the children were finally asleep and the cottage had fallen into its soft evening quiet, William asked Catherine to come sit with him in the living room. She sensed it immediately. The stiffness in his voice, the tremor he tried to hide, the way he couldn't meet her eyes. Her stomach tightened. "Will," she whispered, "what's wrong?" He took her hands, cold as his own, and exhaled shakily. "I haven't been completely honest with you about my treatment options or what I'm planning to do." Catherine froze. Her fingers slipped from his. Her face drained of color. "Tell me," she said, barely breathing. And he did. Everything. The experimental facility in Switzerland. The risks. The procedures. The possibility of never coming home. The fact that he had already made arrangements. Alone. With every word, Catherine's expression shifted like a storm moving across the sky. Shock, confusion, betrayal, anger, fear. She stood up abruptly, walking to the window with her back toward him, gripping the sill so tightly her knuckles whitened. "You were going to leave," she whispered, "for months, to do something that could kill you. And you were going to lie to me about where you were." Her voice wasn't loud. Quiet was worse. Quiet meant shattered. William rose slowly. "I don't want to put this on you while you were fighting your own battle. I couldn't ask you to carry my fear, too." Catherine turned, tears sliding down her cheeks. "Don't call it protection. You didn't trust me with the truth. You decided our future alone." William's voice broke. "I did it for you. For the kids. For time." "Time," she shot back. "You think I want extra time bought with lies? You think I want you risking your life in secret while I'm here imagining you safe?" He stepped closer, voice rising despite himself. "I can't sit still and wait to fade, Kate. I can't look at our children, knowing I didn't fight for every possible chance." "And if you die," she snapped, "if I get a call from Switzerland saying you're gone, and I never got to say goodbye because you lied, what then? How is that love, William? How is that fair?" Silence swallowed them. Not peaceful, devastating. Catherine collapsed onto the couch, sobbing, the deep, painful kind that strips a person raw. William sat beside her, pulling her gently into his arms. She resisted at first, then crumbled against him, trembling. "I can't lose you," she choked. "Not like this. Not in secret." He pressed his forehead to hers. "I'm terrified, Kate. I'm terrified of leaving you all behind. I'm terrified of running out of time." They stayed there, holding each other in the dim light, both feeling the fracture between them and both desperate to mend it. Finally, Catherine pulled back, wiping her eyes with trembling fingers. "If this treatment is real, if you believe in it, then I need to speak to the doctors myself. All of them. Switzerland, too. I won't make a choice based on fear, yours or mine. I need facts. And we decide together." William nodded, tears streaking down his face. "Together," he whispered. It wasn't forgiveness. Not yet, but it was the first thread of it. And for now, that was enough to keep their marriage from breaking under the weight of the truth. The Switzerland facility was nothing like the quiet retreat the palace would later imply. It was clinical, fortified, and relentlessly focused on survival. For the first week, William endured procedures that pushed his body to its absolute limit. Some days he could speak. Some days he couldn't lift his head. And every day, Catherine waited by her phone, holding her breath between the short, carefully controlled updates the medical team allowed him to send. He never told her how violent the nausea was, how the treatments left him shaking, how there were moments when he wondered if he had made a terrible mistake. He didn't want her carrying his darkest fears. She was fighting her own battle at home, balancing treatment, motherhood, and the unbearable silence of a house missing its center. 3 weeks in, Catherine's phone rang. Not William, not a routine check-in, a foreign number. Her heart plummeted. This was the call, she thought, the one she had feared since the moment he left. But the doctor's first words weren't a death announcement. "Your husband is alive," he said, "but you need to come to Switzerland immediately. There has been a development." The world blurred. Catherine arranged last-minute childcare with her parents, boarded a private flight, and spent the entire journey gripping the armrest, caught between hope and devastation. When she walked into William's room, she saw a man transformed, thinner, paler, exhausted, but alive. His eyes lit up the moment he saw her. "You came," he whispered, voice ragged. She sank into the chair beside him, covering his trembling hand with hers. "Of course I came. You scare me half to death." A faint, tired smile crossed his face. "I told you I'd come home." "You're not home," she murmured, brushing a tear from her cheek. "You look like you fought a war." He nodded weakly. "I have. But Kate, it's working. The treatment is working." The doctors confirmed it. His condition hadn't been reversed. That was never possible. But it had stabilized, improved far beyond expectations. The progression had slowed dramatically. His timeline had expanded. Not cured, but rewound. Enough time, enough hope, enough future to fight for. When William finally returned to England under the cover of darkness, the children were still awake, waiting at the cottage door. George flung his arms around him. Charlotte cried openly. Louis wouldn't let go of his leg. "Are you actually better?" George asked quietly. William knelt, ignoring the pain, and looked him in the eyes. "I'm better enough," he said. "Better enough to be here, and better enough to stay." In the months that followed, both William and Catherine returned to select public duties. Careful and deliberate, the public noticed something different, a softness, a groundedness, a sense that the future king had shed a layer of royal armor. He listened more. He lingered with people. He looked, for the first time, deeply human. But the most profound change was hidden from the world. Before Switzerland, William had recorded dozens of videos for his children, messages in case he never returned. He couldn't bring himself to delete them. Instead, he added to them videos about survival, about courage, about second chances, about gratitude, about loving fiercely enough to fight for more time. One day, when George, Charlotte, and Louis are old enough, they'll watch those videos, the ones made in fear and the ones made in hope, and they will finally understand the war their parents fought in silence. A war for time, a war for love, a war for each other. And that is the story the palace's 4 sentences could never reveal.
The day Prince William drew the line, and Meghan's silence broke Harry. At exactly 7:42 a.m., a confidential briefing at Kensington Palace shattered every illusion that the royal feud was merely a family disagreement. According to 2 senior aides present in the room, Prince William's tone was ice-cold, decisive, and final, the tone of a future king who had stopped negotiating with the past and had begun building the future. His message was short, brutal, and historic. There will be no role for Meghan, Harry, or their children in the crown's next chapter. Those words, calm, deliberate, spoken in a small oak-paneled strategy room on the 2nd floor, marked the moment the monarchy shifted. But what followed in the next 48 hours revealed an even darker truth. Meghan herself had already stepped away from Harry and their children long before William made his move. And now, for the first time, palace staff, royal correspondents, and investigative photographers are piecing together the timeline. The meeting took place behind closed doors at Kensington Palace, East Wing, Conference Suite 3, a room normally reserved only for major constitutional discussions. Sir Edward Langford, the Crown's senior constitutional advisor, was the first to enter. William followed with Catherine, who carried a thin binder of documents, but spoke to no one. Witnesses say Catherine's expression already signaled the severity of what was coming. According to internal notes, leaked 3 days later, William had spent the previous 6 weeks drafting a new constitutional framework to define the future shape of the monarchy. Catherine served as his strategic anchor, reviewing every clause, legal precedent, and succession detail. William insisted on full authority for the reigning monarch to determine who qualifies as a royal working member. This new power, lawyers later called it the Sovereign Purity Clause, would allow him, upon ascending the throne, to erase individuals from the royal blueprint with a single decree. For Harry, Meghan, Archie, and Lilibet, this was the beginning of the end. One source familiar with the meeting revealed that Catherine delivered a crucial moment of reality. She placed a single photograph on the table. It was taken at the Invictus anniversary reception in Los Angeles. The image showed Meghan on the red carpet alone. Harry arrived 17 minutes later, confused, glancing around as photographers attacked him with questions like, "Where's Meghan? Why did she walk ahead without you? Did you come separately?" Catherine's point was devastating. Public alignment reflects private truth. And the truth is, she has already left him. Several aides later recalled that silence crushed the room. Now, with hindsight, journalists have begun identifying the signals Meghan left in plain sight. Paparazzi captured Meghan entering a black Escalade at the Four Seasons Beverly Hills alone. Harry exited from a staff entrance 9 minutes later and left in a different vehicle. At the time, PR teams dismissed it as logistical convenience. Now, it looks like the first crack. On 3 March, Archie attended a private indoor sports showcase in Montecito. Meghan was scheduled to appear. She never came. Witnesses say Harry looked lost, embarrassed, and tired of making excuses. One parent said he kept checking his phone. Meghan didn't text back once. During a school visit on 8 March, Meghan again failed to appear. Only Harry attended, visibly anxious, holding a stuffed bunny Lilibet had dropped earlier. Teachers noted Harry apologized for everything, while Meghan did not respond to school communications. Oh? On 14 March, Meghan was spotted at San Vicente Bungalows with 2 Hollywood executives. No Harry, no ring, and no mention of her children. A source who overheard the conversation confirmed she referred to her life as my next chapter, my real chapter. For William and Catherine, this was the final confirmation that the Sussex family was no longer a family at all. Insiders say William had been quietly preparing this move since late 2025. But 2 events accelerated the timeline: the leaking of a draft Netflix pitch by Meghan's team, proposing a documentary about life beyond the crown, Harry's increasing absence from Montecito, with reports of him spending nights at a friend's estate in Santa Barbara. But what truly hardened William's resolve was a humanitarian event at St. George's House, Windsor, on 11 March, where Catherine delivered a speech about restoring stability, responsibility, and authenticity to public service. Her line, now widely quoted, was unmistakably aimed at Meghan. A title is not a shield. Duty is not optional. Service is not a performance. Within hours, Catherine's words trended globally. Within days, William finalized the purge plan. King Charles's response at the meeting was heartbreaking but predictable. According to a senior palace aide, he disagreed emotionally, understood constitutionally, and accepted inevitability. Charles reportedly said, "I cannot save those who do not wish to be part of us." This was the moment the monarchy closed its door on Meghan and, tragically, on Harry too. When Harry learned of William's decision through palace intermediaries, he reportedly asked one question: "Did Meghan fight this at all?" The reply was devastating. She didn't respond. Harry has not been seen with Meghan or the children in public since 15 March 2025. For the first time, the split is not royal. It's personnel. And for Harry, unbearably lonely. The silence that followed William's declaration wasn't just political. It was personal, historical, and cruelly surgical. By the evening of the 18th of March 2025, the Office of the Prince of Wales issued an official memorandum to the Privy Council. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex, along with their children, were no longer part of the projected royal strategic blueprint. Inside the palace, aides referred to it grimly as the Windsor cleansing. It wasn't vindictive, it was cold clarity. The monarchy, under William and Catherine's future stewardship, had made its choice. No half-in, half-out players. No sentimental ties. No ghosts. As the press speculated furiously, it was Catherine's appearance on March 20 that reset the conversation. At the Commonwealth Cultural Unity Gala at Somerset House, she arrived in a structured navy gown with silver embroidery, subtle nods to strength and discipline. No brooch, no pearls, no nod to legacy, just steel. Her remarks at the event, while brief, were instantly dissected. To serve is not to appear. To protect is not to parade. The future we build must be grounded in truth, not nostalgia. The message to Meghan was unmistakable. You abandoned the institution. We are rebuilding without you. William, for his part, allowed himself a more direct moment the next day at Sandhurst Military Academy, where he told cadets, "Loyalty, once betrayed, is rarely mended, not because we are unforgiving, but because duty cannot be fractured." And in those 18 words, Harry's fate was sealed. In the days that followed, paparazzi agencies began cross-analyzing recent footage, identifying a disturbing pattern between Meghan and Harry. 3 scenes stood out. At the Green Earth Sustainability Awards, Harry arrived late, flustered. Meghan, already on the red carpet, barely turned to acknowledge him. After their appearance, she entered their car alone. Harry, caught in a separate crowd, left on foot 12 minutes later. Photographers noted that only Harry and a nanny were present during Archie's school recital. Meghan was photographed that same hour shopping in Santa Monica with a celebrity stylist. She wore sunglasses indoors. One onlooker noted, "She looked like a woman trying to disappear from a life she didn't choose." On March 15, Lilibet's preschool hosted a family picnic. Meghan was again absent. No message, no substitute. Teachers described Harry as present but detached, scrolling through his phone as if waiting for a rescue text that never came. At the heart of this growing rupture was a confidential deal struck between Meghan and a European streaming platform. Details leaked on March 19 suggest a new docuseries, The Reinvention, was already in development, focusing not on her royal experience, but on her independent journey as a mother, innovator, and global figure. Conspicuously missing from the leaked concept treatments, Harry's name, Archie, and Lilibet. Any mention of the word Sussex, industry insiders confirmed. Meghan had requested full editorial control, distancing the narrative from toxic royal branding. For William, this was the final proof that the Sussex family brand was no longer a family at all. King Charles, still recovering from multiple skin cancer treatments, was informed of Meghan's project on March 21. He reportedly attempted to contact Harry 5 times. All calls went unanswered. According to courtier sources, Charles expressed heartbreak. "I do not know how to be a father to someone drifting that far." Catherine, ever composed, reportedly comforted the king privately, but advised against another public defense of Harry. "Sometimes mercy is letting go, not holding tighter," she said, according to staff. And in that sentence, Catherine officially became the emotional anchor of the monarchy. As British and American tabloids picked up the pattern, headlines shifted dramatically. "Where is Meghan during her children's milestones?" Daily Mail. "Royal no more. Meghan's solo chapter begins." The Times. "From Duchess to disengaged. Meghan's retreat from family life." New York Post. Social media exploded with clips, overlays, and side-by-side footage showing Harry clinging, while Meghan increasingly vanished. On TikTok, the hashtag number #WhereIsMeghan trended for 3 days straight. By March 22, Harry was spotted alone at a Montecito petrol station, wearing a faded hoodie, sunglasses, and visibly thinner than just a month before. He ignored questions from photographers. One reporter called out, "Do you feel erased from both sides now?" He said nothing. But the image, a prince at a pump, alone, lost, spoke louder than any denial. By the end of March 2025, there was no denying it. Prince Harry was drifting further from every axis that once defined him: his wife, his children, his father, and now his country. And while headlines debated his emotional state, body language, and future media appearances, a very different story was unfolding in London. One of precision, planning, and quiet power. On March 25, 3 days after Harry's haunting image at a Montecito petrol station went viral, Buckingham Palace issued a rare Friday bulletin, titled, "Clarifications on Succession and Future Roles." The language was carefully sterile. In keeping with long-term modernization plans and the wishes of His Majesty, the royal household affirms that the current line of succession reflects active working royals only. No further reconfigurations are anticipated. All fur. It was a legal dagger executed with silk gloves. Without mentioning names, the document achieved the following. Officially froze Archie and Lilibet's HRH rights from future reactivation. Confirmed Meghan and Harry were no longer entitled to attend Privy Council briefings, even ceremonially. Affirmed Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis would receive expanded preparatory training for public life. But perhaps the most quietly brutal detail was buried in the document's annex: the removal of Frogmore Cottage from any future Sussex claim, marking a full territorial severance. Then came the moment no one saw coming. On March 27, Catherine appeared at St. George's Chapel in Windsor, not for a royal service, but for a closed-door, family and faith symposium on moral leadership and modern monarchy. It was not televised, but excerpts of her 14-minute speech were quickly leaked to friendly media. One line stunned everyone. When duty is distorted into currency and affection becomes leverage, we must return to our foundations, who we are and what we are not. The room reportedly fell silent, because everyone knew who she was talking about. Observers at the event, including clergy, ambassadors, and military spouses, described Catherine as serene but resolved. One attendee reportedly texted her editor, "She's done hiding. This is a queen in rehearsal." Meanwhile, William wasn't resting on symbolism. Behind the scenes, he had already convened what insiders called a shadow cabinet alignment on April 1 at Clarence House, involving advisors from defense, Commonwealth affairs, and charitable coordination. It was not an official cabinet meeting, but it mirrored one. The core agenda? Streamlining royal patronages to phase out inactive representatives, read Harry and Meghan. Strengthening Commonwealth youth diplomacy, positioning George, Charlotte, and Louis as future envoys. Reassigning 2 security protection slots from the disbanded Sussex household to Princess Anne's expanded engagements. Royal editor Jonathan Ellsworth put it bluntly on Sky News. William has moved from heir to architect. He's drawing blueprints for a monarchy without dead weight. According to reports from Monte Rio Security, Harry made 3 failed attempts to initiate contact with William in the final week of March. One was a direct phone call to Anmer Hall, which reportedly went unanswered. The other 2 came through mutual friends who had once vacationed with both brothers in Balmoral. William's response, relayed through a senior aide, was painfully clear. There is no arrangement. There is no conversation. There is no halfway return. Meanwhile, Catherine remained consistent. New comment, new emotion, new distraction. Instead, she focused on her Unity of Service initiative, which quietly rolled out a new scholarship program on April 3, dedicated to young women in the UK, pursuing careers in diplomacy. For the first time since the Oprah interview of 2021, polling conducted by YouGov on April 4 showed a dramatic shift. 76% of UK respondents supported removing Harry and Meghan from any future royal planning. 62% believed Catherine had shown consistent dignity in the face of repeated attacks. Only 28% viewed Harry as credible in matters concerning royal legacy. Even among Americans aged 30 to 45, traditionally sympathetic to Meghan, the numbers dropped by 14% after the documentary Deal leak and her growing absence from family events. Social media, once a stronghold of Sussex defenders, now buzzed with a new phrase: ghosted by Meghan, banished by the crown. On April 6, one final development emerged: the portrait of the Sussex family, which had quietly hung in St. George's reception hall, was removed and replaced with an updated image of William, Catherine, George, Charlotte, and Louis during the Wales 2025 Commonwealth Tour. No ceremony, no press release, just the quiet replacement of a family no longer present with a family fully prepared to lead. The royal world expected defiance. What they got was silence. Not from Buckingham Palace, but from Meghan Markle herself. As the consequences of William and Catherine's ultimatum rippled across media, Meghan remained unusually absent. No statements, no social media posts, no paparazzi shots, not even a leak. And to royal observers, that was the story. Between April 2 and April 14, paparazzi trackers from Backgrid UK and Pacific Coast News confirmed something unsettling. Meghan had not been seen in Montecito or Los Angeles for 12 consecutive days, an unprecedented gap for someone once dubbed the most photographed woman in California. Her usual coffee runs, dog walks, and Archewell Foundation errands had disappeared. Even her private security team, often spotted idling near their Montecito home, was reportedly reassigned to new posts in Los Angeles. Then came the first leak from within the Sussex circle. A former Archewell advisor anonymously told The Times on April 15, "She's distancing, not just from the firm, from the family she created." On April 7, a tip surfaced from a concierge at the San Ysidro Ranch, a luxury resort nestled in Santa Barbara's hills. A woman matching Meghan's profile had checked in under a pseudonym, alone, without children or staff. What triggered alarms wasn't her presence, it was her luggage tag, accidentally revealed during a valet handoff. It read, "M. Mountbatten, Europe itinerary pending." By April 10, tabloids had pieced it together. Meghan was preparing a solo move either to Europe or a global brand, pivot away from royal narrative entirely. The woman who once claimed the royal family needed her more than she needed them had, it seemed, decided to test that theory. Meanwhile, Archie and Lilibet were left in the care of 2 nannies, both of whom were later spotted on April 9 at a Malibu daycare center and again on April 12 inches, Ojai, suggesting the children were being shielded from cameras, but not from separation. More troubling, according to body language analyst Freya King, was Harry's demeanor when seen shopping solo in Santa Barbara on April 11. He wasn't just distracted, he looked like a man who'd just been left behind. The theme of the event? Children abandoned by circumstance but restored through care. She didn't mention Meghan. She didn't need to. Wearing a pearl-encrusted brooch, once owned by Princess Diana, Catherine spent time with former foster youth, now serving in government roles. Cameras caught her kneeling, hand on a young woman's shoulder, saying, "The people who walk away, they don't define your worth." The quote wasn't part of the official transcript, but it was amplified across TikTok and Instagram by fans who believed it was a direct message to Meghan and Harry's children and to Meghan herself. King Charles, still recovering from minor surgery, remained publicly neutral. But sources close to Windsor reported he refused to intervene when William requested Meghan and Harry's coat of arms be removed from the diplomatic service order. Even more symbolic, Charles declined to meet Harry during his brief April 16 London stopover, citing scheduling conflicts. Royal insiders weren't fooled. "This wasn't about calendars," said one courtier. "This was about consequences." On April 17, trademark filings revealed Meghan's team had applied for a new business entity called M Vision Global, notably separate from Archewell, and entirely in her name only. The description? Luxury communications and strategy, consulting, women-led leadership platforms, and lifestyle collaborations. It was a corporate divorce in slow motion. No mention of Harry, no mention of Sussex, just Meghan again. Media outlets, once sympathetic to Meghan, began recalibrating. In an op-ed for The Guardian, columnist Zara wrote, "When Meghan called out the monarchy, she was praised. When she walks out on her own family, are we still applauding?" Public sentiment followed. A Daily Mail poll published April 18 showed 79% of UK respondents now believe Meghan has emotionally severed ties with Harry. 67% think Harry should return to the UK permanently, even if it means doing so alone. Support for Catherine as most admired royal woman hit an all-time high of 83%. By April 19, the line had been drawn. Catherine was symbolizing resilience. William was orchestrating structural change. Harry was adrift, alone in name and purpose. Meghan? Gone without a goodbye. If there was ever doubt about Meghan Markle's growing emotional and physical distance from Prince Harry, it evaporated on the evening of April 20, when audio of a private call between Meghan and her legal team was leaked to the press. In the 47-second clip published by The Telegraph's investigative team and authenticated by 2 former aides, Meghan is heard saying, "I've made peace with the separation. He's not aligned anymore with my goals, with the brand, or with what I see next." The room fell silent. According to journalists present at the leak's press briefing, the reaction wasn't just political, it was visceral. The call's tone was cold, calculated, absent of the warmth or struggle one might expect in such a private moment. The woman who once told Oprah Winfrey that she had finally found family now described that same family, her husband and children, as misaligned assets. On April 22, Prince Harry appeared at a tech roundtable in Silicon Valley, representing one of Archewell's wellness partners. But instead of discussing digital mental health, Harry wandered off message. At one point, he paused mid-sentence and looked into the crowd, visibly blinking back emotion. "Sometimes," he said, voice catching, "you wake up and realize you're the only one fighting for something that doesn't exist anymore." What followed was an uncomfortable silence, then awkward applause. Royal watchers immediately flagged the moment. His wedding ring, once worn with pride, was missing. Instead, a plain gold band adorned his other hand, reportedly gifted by Princess Diana's former butler Paul Burrell to provide comfort. Hours later, Page 6 confirmed Harry was staying alone at a rented compound in Big Sur, nearly 4 hours away from Montecito. The next blow came quietly. On April 23, a public records researcher unearthed a document filed in California's Superior Court for legal classification and separation of brand identity and finances between Meghan Markle and Henry Charles Albert David. Though not a divorce filing, experts described it as a clear pre-uncoupling legal boundary, a move designed to protect Meghan's solo ventures as she distances from Harry's financial liabilities and reputational damage. One senior royal advisor bluntly told The Times, "It's a business move, but it's also personal. You don't draft those documents unless you're already emotionally out the door." While Harry unraveled and Meghan severed ties, Catherine quietly began filling the vacuum not through force, but through flawless optics and dignified resolve. Between April 18 and April 24, Catherine made 5 back-to-back public appearances. April 18, Youth Mental Health Gala, where she quoted Princess Diana. April 20, Early Childhood Roundtable, where she referenced the legacy of emotional security. The message? Stability resides in London, not Montecito. At the April 24 UNICEF event, a child asked Catherine, "Do you know Harry and Meghan?" Catherine smiled gently and said, "We all have people we love from afar, and we wish them peace even if they're walking another path now." The quote made global headlines. Within hours, thousands of comments poured in on royal fan pages. Class act. She said everything without saying a word. This is why she will be queen. And Meghan will be... what exactly? Grace. Meghan should watch and learn. Behind the scenes, William was making structural moves. On April 25, Kensington Palace quietly submitted revised royal succession materials for 2026 public display. The new materials, confirmed by parliamentary staff, omit the Sussex family line entirely from future ceremonial roles, jubilee planning, and diplomatic assignments. The most telling line from the memo: all representation must reflect current engagement, operational viability, and alignment with institutional values. In short, no role for those who walked away. Though not public, sources close to King Charles say he reviewed the new succession proposal and left a handwritten note with one sentence: "Let the design stand. The winds have changed." The world did not know it yet, but the 3rd of May 2026 would mark the quiet end of the Harry and Meghan era. Not with a scandalous headline, not with an explosive interview, but with something far more devastating: an empty chair. In early May, the British Red Cross hosted its annual Global Crisis Summit at the Royal Institute in London, an event Harry had attended every year since 2017. His name was printed on the official guest list. His biography was displayed on banners. A seat with his title card awaited him beside longtime colleagues. But when the cameras panned across the room, one thing stood out: he never arrived. Not because he forgot, not because of scheduling conflict, but because he was reportedly waiting for Meghan to join him and she didn't. According to journalists covering the summit, Harry was seen sitting alone in a blacked-out car 2 blocks away, checking his phone repeatedly before quietly driving off. It was the caption on photo 3 that hit hardest. Meghan is transitioning to her independent phase. Within minutes, the internet delivered its verdict. She had left Harry emotionally, professionally, and perhaps even legally. On May 6, paparazzi spotted Harry hiking alone in the Montecito Hills, shoulders hunched, wiping his face repeatedly. A witness told Vanity Fair he looked like a man who'd lost everything except the clothes on his back. Another source, a former Archewell staffer, revealed Harry kept saying, "I don't know what my family is anymore." He meant Meghan and the kids, not the Windsors. The staffer added that Archie had been spending extended weekends with Doria Ragland, while Lilibet was reportedly in private therapy sessions recommended by Meghan's team sessions. Harry was not invited to attend. One insider summarized the situation in one sentence: he's being phased out of his own life. While Harry's world fractured, Catherine stepped fully into hers. On May 8, she delivered a landmark speech at the Royal Society of Public Service, outlining the future of the monarchy. Calm, radiant, unshaken, she declared, "A modern crown is not built on titles, but on contribution. A family is not defined by proximity, but by responsibility." Analysts instantly recognized the hidden message: royalty is earned, not inherited. A clear reference to the absentee Sussexes. The speech was replayed on every major UK news network. CNN called it the most defining royal statement since Queen Elizabeth's 1957 broadcast. At that moment, Catherine wasn't simply the Princess of Wales. She was the future architect of the monarchy. The final blow came 1 week later, on the 15th of May, 2026, during a special session of the Privy Council at Buckingham Palace. No one imagined that the woman who once stood just an arm's length from the throne would become the first figure in 90 years to be quietly erased from the royal map after a single 5-hour meeting behind a sealed door. That sentence alone has sent shockwaves through Britain, across the Commonwealth, and through every corner of the world still fascinated by the House of Windsor. It sounds unreal, almost like the prologue of a political thriller, yet it unfolded in absolute silence inside one of the most guarded rooms in the kingdom. No raised voices, no dramatic exits, only the slow tightening of an invisible cord that had been pulling for months, perhaps years, until it finally snapped on the night of November 14. This is not a story about a title being removed. This is the story of a quiet realignment, one so abrupt, so surgically executed, that even senior insiders were left stunned. And the more we look at what happened in those hours, the more one truth becomes unavoidable. The fall did not happen because of a single incident, but because a pattern had drawn itself across the palace walls like a shadow too dark to ignore. The decision, when it landed, was not the spark. It was the echo of long-set tremors reaching their final point. According to multiple palace sources, the meeting that ended a royal chapter was not originally planned as a confrontation. It was designed as a constitutional review, a routine evaluation, the kind of administrative ritual that rarely draws attention. But as the doors closed, and as the weight of accumulated concerns settled in the room, the tone shifted. What had been whispered in corridors, hinted at in briefing notes, and quietly discussed between senior royals was finally placed on the table, not as accusations, but as patterns, not as attacks, but as lines that had begun to bend too far away from the center of royal order. Inside that room, one person held the responsibility of guiding the conversation. William, the Prince Regent, the man the public sees, smiling at engagements but who has, in recent weeks, become the constitutional heartbeat of the monarchy. His message, described by those familiar with the meeting, was calm but immovable. If the monarchy was to survive an era of global skepticism, internal clarity was not optional. The institution could no longer afford blurred boundaries. And the boundaries, he suggested, had been tested again and again. Sitting across from him, King Charles listened with a somberness that insiders say had been building for weeks. His health, delicate but steady, had forced him to consider the long game, the legacy beyond his reign. And when he finally spoke, it wasn't with anger or disappointment. It was with resignation, the kind that appears only when a long-avoided truth finally steps into the light. The crown, he said softly, survives only when its lines are clear. Intention alone cannot excuse overreach. The monarchy is built on the discipline of roles, not the desires of individuals. Those present understood what that meant. What transformed this meeting into a turning point was not a heated argument or a dramatic ultimatum. It was the undeniable unity of the room. Princess Anne, whose voice carries the weight of nearly half a century of service, delivered what one insider called the final crystallizing moment. Her words, sharp in their clarity, suggested that the monarchy had reached a crossroads. Either correct the drift now or accept a slow slide into chaos. And when the room fell silent after her statement, the decision was, for the first time, unmistakably real. By the end of 5 hours, a resolution had formed with the precision of a closing lock. Calm, cold, irreversible. Papers were drafted, the final text reviewed, the seals of authority fixed into place. The monarchy had chosen direction over sentiment, structure over ambiguity, and clarity over comfort. And the individual once positioned closest to the throne found the path beneath her feet recast in an instant. This, then, is the payoff to the question that has echoed across every headline. How could such a monumental shift happen so fast? The answer is that it didn't. The night itself was only the surface. Beneath it lay weeks of tension, years of accumulated misalignment, and a growing conviction among the most disciplined members of the royal family that the crown could no longer bend without breaking. The decision was not made in anger, it was made in duty. The monarchy was not pruning a branch, it was stabilizing its trunk. And as dawn rose over London the next morning, it became clear that the movement of power inside the House of Windsor had changed direction entirely. What had been whispered is now written, what had been tolerated is now redefined, and what was once unquestioned is now being rebuilt, piece by piece. That is where our story begins. The rain that evening did not fall, it hovered, suspended in the air like a breath being held by the entire city. Street lamps around street. James's palace glowed through the mist, their halos dim and uncertain, as if even the light itself sensed that something decisive was about to unfold behind the palace's closed, ancient doors. Few knew that a gathering had been called. Fewer still understood the gravity of it. But for those who stepped into the Queen Anne room just after 6:30 p.m., the moment felt less like a meeting and more like crossing a threshold into a chapter that history would revisit again and again. The room, usually bathed in warm golden light, felt colder that night, not in temperature, but in tone. A fireplace sat extinguished, a deliberate choice, one aide whispered, so nothing in the room would crackle or distract from what needed to be said. Around the long mahogany table, the most powerful figures of the modern monarchy took their seats: King Charles, Prince William, Princess Anne, the Lord Chamberlain, constitutional advisors. Every face was steady, every movement deliberate. The only empty chair belonged to the woman whose fate would be decided that night. There was no announcement, no formality beyond the closing of the doors. The silence stretched, not as tension but as acknowledgement. For months, a quiet current had been flowing beneath the surface of royal life, subtle, persistent, and increasingly undeniable. And now that current had gathered its full force, ready to become a tide. The meeting began with William opening a dispatch box, not of foreign matters or diplomatic briefs, but of internal documents bound in deep red leather. Their title was simple, almost deceptively so: Consolidation. From the moment he laid the dossier on the table, the tone of the evening crystallized. This was not a night for half measures. William spoke with a steadiness that insiders later described as the calm of someone who had already made peace with the consequence. He presented instances not of scandal, but of drift steps taken beyond customary boundaries, decisions made without consensus, moves that subtly but consistently shifted the balance of internal order. Each example was laid on the table, not as accusation, but as evidence of a widening gap between intention and responsibility. King Charles listened in silence. His hands were folded, his gaze fixed on the papers before him. Though those present felt he wasn't reading them, he was remembering. Moments where trust had bent, moments where ambiguity had created friction, moments where he had hoped the tide would turn without intervention. And as the minutes turned into an hour, that hope dissolved into something quieter, heavier, and more resolute. The time for waiting had passed. The crown, as he knew too well, did not survive on sentiment. It was Princess Anne who broke the hush with words that would later be described as the pivot point of the whole night. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't need to. Her posture alone carried the weight of a woman who had served the monarchy longer than some members of the room had been alive. Her statement was simple, almost blunt in its clarity. The monarchy could no longer afford blurred lines. Either the institution returned to the path of discipline, or it risked dissolving into quiet disorder. The room shifted after she spoke, as if something long unspoken had finally been acknowledged. What followed was not debate, but alignment. Each advisor offered perspective. Each senior royal nodded in agreement. There were no objections, no attempts to stall. The conclusion, once Anne had drawn its outline, settled over the table like a shadow finally falling into the shape it was meant to occupy. By 8:46 p.m., the first resolution was drafted. By 9:32, the final seals were placed. The doors opened again, but the air inside remained still, as if the gravity of the decision had not yet chosen to leave the room. Outside, the rain finally began to fall, not in torrents, but in a steady rhythm. A rhythm that felt like the quiet marking of an ending that would become the beginning of everything that followed. The dossier did not glow, but everyone in the room felt its heat the moment it touched the table. A thin, leather-bound volume, unmarked except for one word stamped in discreet gold lettering: Consolidation. To the outside world, it might have looked like just another administrative binder, a routine palace document, another entry in the vast machinery of royal paperwork. But inside this room, beneath the muted chandeliers and the unlit fireplace, the dossier was something else entirely. It was the culmination of months of observation, quiet reports, and subtle unease that had finally risen to the surface. William opened it without ceremony. He did not flip dramatically or point to specific pages. He simply let the weight of it speak first. Those closest to the table later whispered that he had the air of someone presenting not evidence of wrongdoing, but evidence of imbalance. A careful line in the royal world that can be more dangerous than outright violation. The monarchy has survived wars, divorces, and dramatic public storms. But what it cannot survive is a shift in internal gravity, the kind that slowly tilts the throne even when no one is watching. The first section revealed moments that, individually, were harmless. A staff appointment made without the traditional channel of approval. A cultural delegation received privately without notifying the Sovereign Grant Office. A discreet partnership proposed with an external foundation whose aims were noble but whose timing raised quiet eyebrows. None of these were breaches, not in the legal sense. But in the monarchy, where symbolism and structure are the twin pillars holding everything upright, even gestures can become gravitational pulls when they accumulate. Then came the pages concerning influence, subtle, soft, but unmistakably present. Instances where conversations had moved in directions not aligned with formal protocols. Cases where outside advisors appeared to have shaped internal decisions more than the palace's own trusted counsel. Situations where initiative blurred into overstep, not through malice, but through momentum. One senior advisor described it later as a pattern drawn not in ink, but in shadows, quiet, fluid, and increasingly hard to ignore. Another insider noted that the problem was never intent. It was direction. The palace had felt a shift, barely perceptible at first, like a compass needle drawn slightly off true north. And when the shift comes from someone close to the symbolic center of power, the distortion spreads quickly. Princess Anne leaned forward as William continued outlining the dossier. Her expression remained unchanged, but those who knew her saw something tighten behind her eyes. a recognition that the monarchy she had safeguarded for decades was edging toward a threshold it had crossed only twice in the last century. Anne had a profound intolerance for ambiguity. To her, every deviation, no matter how small, was a thread that could unravel the tapestry if left unaddressed. King Charles stayed silent as the dossier unfolded. It was not the silence of denial, but of burden. He knew many of the moments recorded. Some he had already questioned privately. Yet seeing them gathered together, woven into a pattern rather than isolated instances, shifted the emotional ground beneath him. A monarch learns to differentiate between noise and signal, and on that night, the signal was becoming deafening. The most delicate pages came near the end, documenting the growing influence of individuals outside the royal household, voices that, while loyal to Camilla, operated without the guardrails that have shaped royal conduct for generations. Their presence, their counsel, and their involvement in ceremonial or administrative ideas created tremors that senior staff increasingly felt but could not name. Anne broke the silence first. Her statement was not accusatory, nor emotional. It was simply a line drawn in verbal stone. The crown could not afford parallel pathways of influence. Not now. Not with global scrutiny sharpening and public trust becoming the monarchy's most fragile currency. What made this chapter of the dossier so pivotal was its tone. It did not seek to condemn. It sought to clarify, to realign, to place everything back into a structure that protected not individuals, but the monarchy itself. William's final words as he closed the dossier captured that intention with cold clarity. The institution must be steadier than any single personality within it. That was the moment the room shifted from discussion to direction. The shadow on the wall had been named, and once named, it could no longer remain. If the monarchy were a great clock, ancient, intricate, and always ticking, then Prince William, in these recent weeks, had become the unseen hand resetting its rhythm. He did not stride into the public eye with declarations or sweeping gestures. He did not seek the spotlight nor revel in the authority that had subtly shifted into his hands. And yet, for anyone observing closely, the change was unmistakable. William had become the axis around which the institution now turned. Those who knew him well said the transformation was not sudden. It had been building quietly, the way dawn approaches a city before anyone notices the sky changing. The weight of Prince Regent was not a title he inherited, it was a responsibility he absorbed, piece by piece, moment by moment, as the monarchy faced rising questions about relevance, stability, and direction. And when the time came for someone to steady the foundation, William did not step forward. He was already there. In the days leading up to the November 14 meeting, palace insiders noticed something different in his demeanor. Not harsher, never harsh, but firmer, as though the fog that had surrounded the palace for months had finally parted for him alone. One advisor described him as a man who had stopped asking whether change was necessary and begun deciding how to make it happen. Another noted that his briefings had become sharper, more strategic, the work of someone who understood that history was about to place a pen in his hand whether he wanted it or not. He had seen firsthand how ambiguity, when left to roam unchecked, could reshape the narrative of the institution. He had watched as shifting influences bent the structure of palace operations into unfamiliar forms, and he had witnessed the toll it took not only on his father, but on the public's fragile trust. Data flowed across his desk every week, rising skepticism among younger generations, concerns voiced by Commonwealth partners, the growing pressure for transparency in an age that no longer tolerated shadows. The monarchy was standing on a threshold, and it would either step forward or slip backward. That was why the Red Dossier was compiled. It wasn't an act of opposition, it was an act of preservation. William saw the monarchy not as a museum, but as a living organism that needed clarity and discipline if it were to survive the scrutiny of modern times. In quiet conversations with senior advisors, he emphasized a single principle: the crown must serve the nation before it serves itself. And if any pattern threatened that order, no matter who it involved, it had to be addressed with precision. His leadership during the meeting reflected this philosophy. He did not raise his voice. He did not direct blame. Instead, he guided the room with a steady logic that cut through sentiment without dismissing humanity. King Charles, visibly worn but attentive, followed William's reasoning with the quiet understanding of a father watching his son step fully into a destiny that had long awaited him. For Charles, the realization was bittersweet. William was no longer preparing for the future, he was shaping it. Princess Anne's presence beside him formed a symbolic alliance: discipline and vision, tradition and reform. While Anne ensured that the institution's spine remained unbending, William ensured that its heartbeat stayed aligned with the modern world. It was this partnership that convinced the advisors that the path forward was clear. The Windsor Reset, a term once whispered as an abstract idea, had now become a living plan, and William was its architect. His decisions were not fueled by rivalry, nor by resentment, nor by a desire for dominance. They were fueled by the belief that the monarchy could no longer afford to be reactive. It had to be intentional, transparent, and structurally sound. When the meeting concluded and the resolutions were set in motion, William did not celebrate. He simply closed the dispatch box, nodded to the room, and stepped out into the hallway, where the faint scent of rain lingered. It was the walk of a man who knew he had not just made a difficult decision, he had accepted the burden of carrying it into the future. In the days that followed, staff began referring to him in hushed tones, not merely as the Prince Regent, but as the stabilizer, a man who had taken an institution drifting toward uncertainty and anchored it before the tides could pull it further. And this was only the beginning of the rhythm he intended to rewrite. While William recalibrated the structure of the monarchy with quiet firmness, Catherine moved through the palace with an entirely different kind of power, one that did not rely on authority, but on presence. Where William brought clarity, she brought coherence. Where he drew lines, she softened the edges. And in the days surrounding the November 14 meeting, it became clear to everyone inside the royal household that Catherine had become not only a symbol of grace, but a stabilizing force in a moment when the palace could have fractured under the weight of its own transition. To the outside world, she appeared composed, luminous, the familiar figure who greeted the public with warmth and steadiness. But those within Kensington Palace saw something deeper, a woman who understood that the monarchy's survival was not merely a matter of constitutional structure, but of emotional legitimacy. In times of upheaval, titles and decrees could feel distant. What kept a nation from unraveling was the assurance that its leaders were anchored not only in duty, but in empathy. And Catherine embodied that reassurance with every step she took. Her role in the weeks leading up to the meeting was subtle, but powerful. She did not sit in the Queen Anne room as decisions were formalized, but her influence was unmistakably woven through the process. Staff observed how William seemed steadier after private conversations with her, as if she reminded him of the human cost behind institutional clarity. One aide described it as the balance between spine and soul. He brought the spine, she brought the soul. And in a moment when the monarchy risked being perceived as cold or punitive, that balance was essential. In the aftermath of the decision, Catherine became the quiet architect of emotional transition. She understood instinctively that the public would not only question the what and the how, but also the why. Any misstep could shift the narrative into one of personal conflict rather than institutional realignment. The monarchy had to appear united, principled, and composed, not triumphant, not shaken. And it fell to Catherine to help craft that tone. Behind closed doors, she met with senior communications staff, discussing not the wording of statements, but the spirit behind them. Her guidance was simple: dignity, compassion, and steadiness. She insisted that no message should imply blame, no briefing should cast shadows, and no official gesture should suggest triumph. The country must see responsibility, not rivalry, renewal, not rupture. Her influence extended beyond communication. Several ceremonial functions previously overseen by the former Queen Consort's team now flowed through Catherine's private office. She absorbed the responsibilities without spectacle, requesting meetings with staff who had been left uncertain about their future roles. To each of them, she offered clarity, but also kindness. A senior palace secretary recalled that Catherine had a way of making even the most shaken employees feel unlost, as though the ground had steadied beneath their feet again. And then there was her relationship with Princess Anne, a partnership that had quietly strengthened over the past year, but crystallized in this moment. Anne's long-held respect for discipline and protocol found a complement in Catherine's instinct for emotional intelligence. Together, they formed a dual force that palace insiders began calling the Twin Anchors. Anne ensured the institution remained upright. Catherine ensured it remained humane. In public appearances following the upheaval, Catherine's presence offered a kind of reassurance that no official statement could deliver. During an engagement at a children's hospice just days after the announcement, she was seen kneeling beside a young girl, listening intently, smiling gently, an image that spread across the nation almost instantly. It wasn't staged, nor was it strategic. It was simply Catherine being Catherine. And yet, in a moment when the monarchy risked being perceived as distant or severe, that single moment softened national tension more effectively than any press release. Her steadiness also helped reframe the future. As plans for the 2026 coronation accelerated, Catherine became deeply involved in shaping its tone, a coronation not built on grandeur, but on purpose. Her idea to integrate elements of Diana's legacy into the new crown spoke volumes about her approach, acknowledging the past, honoring the present, and guiding the future with sensitivity rather than spectacle. For the monarchy, Catherine had become something invaluable, the emotional compass that pointed north when the storm grew too heavy. She did not wield authority like a sword. She steadied it like a hand placed gently on the pulse of a nation, and in doing so, she quietly redefined what it meant to uphold the crown. If William was the architect and Catherine the steadying heart, then Princess Anne was the steel unbending, unembellished, unmistakably sharp. She did not seek influence. She did not perform authority. But when the monarchy drifted, it was Anne who sensed the shift first, long before the November 14 meeting forced the truth into the open. Her instincts had always been finely tuned to the pulse of royal duty, and in those crucial weeks, duty was the one thing she believed the institution was beginning to lose sight of. Anne's reputation inside the palace had been the same for decades. The one royal who never blurred lines, never softened rules, never traded clarity for convenience. She was the monarchy's internal compass, long before anyone thought William would need one. And when the dossier began to reveal itself piece by piece, it was Anne who recognized that the monarchy was not facing a scandal. It was facing something far more dangerous: quiet erosion. She entered the November 14 meeting without theatrics. Those in the room recalled that she sat with the posture of someone who had already made her peace with the decision, even before the conversation began. Her expression never hardened, but it never softened either. She listened to William, reviewed the dossier, absorbed the weight of Charles's silence. And then, when the room needed direction, she provided it with a single, unadorned observation. Her voice did not rise. It did not waver. It simply cut through the fog like a blade. The monarchy, she said, could not afford dual engines steering its course. It could not survive parallel lines of influence, or decisions made without structure. It could not defend its future if it allowed its internal order to drift in the name of personal momentum. What mattered was not the individual behind the missteps, it was the precedent those missteps could set. Her words landed with the force of undeniable truth. Not loud, not emotional, but final. A senior advisor later described the moment as the point where the room exhaled because Anne had spoken what everyone else had been circling around. Another called her the monarchy's emergency brake, the one person who could halt a dangerous slide simply by naming it. Her stance was shaped not by rivalry, but by reverence. Anne had dedicated nearly every year of her adult life to service without ornamentation. She knew the cost of discipline, but she also knew the price of letting discipline slip. She had watched institutions in other nations crumble from within, not because of grand scandals, but because of slow, unchecked drift. She refused to let the House of Windsor become a similar cautionary tale. In the hours after the meeting, when the resolutions had been set in motion, and the palace halls carried the charged stillness of irreversible change, Anne remained composed. She did not gloat. She did not retreat. She simply continued her schedule, attending an early morning military briefing, as though the night before had been nothing more than routine governance. But those closest to her knew that she had carried the monarchy through one of its most precarious pivots. With William shaping the future, and Catherine shaping the tone, Anne had protected the spine of the institution itself. She was not the face of the decision, she was its anchor, and without her, the crown's entire structure might have tilted beyond repair. The morning after the decision, London carried on as usual: car horns, early trains, the rhythm of a city that rarely pauses. But far from the noise, behind the high hedges and quiet stone walls of Clarence House, a different stillness unfolded. It was the kind of stillness that follows the crack of something breaking, even if the sound itself was never heard. Camilla, once positioned just steps from the throne, awoke to a world that no longer included her in its architecture. Those close to the palace say the moment she was informed felt less like a conversation and more like a curtain being lowered. No raised voices, no accusations, just a final, measured statement, delivered with the solemnity of someone who knew there was no way to soften it. She listened, they said, with a controlled stillness, one that suggested disbelief and defiance were wrestling beneath the surface. When the message ended, she simply stood, nodded once, and dismissed her staff for the evening. But the air around her felt charged, as though the quiet was holding back a storm. What happened next would never appear on official calendars. Her closest aides, having served her for years, were instructed to begin packing immediately. Personal portraits, familiar books, handwritten notes all gently placed into crates before dawn. There was no procession, no official send-off, only a side gate opening at 8:15 a.m. The engine of an unmarked sedan humming softly as she departed the life she had inhabited for nearly 2 decades. Her destination was Ray Mill House, a private refuge in Wiltshire that once offered her peace in the early years of Charles's reign. But this return was different. Before, it had been retreat. Now, it was exile. A pair of palace-trained security staff escorted her, though no formal detail remained. The tall iron gates closed behind her with a finality that even the surrounding countryside could not soften. Inside the estate, a new kind of silence settled. Not the comforting quiet of privacy, but the thick, uncertain silence of someone standing at the edge of a life, abruptly redrawn. Yet those who know her warn that silence should never be mistaken for surrender. One former aide claimed, "She is furious, not at the institution, but at the way the narrative has been shaped around her." Another whispered that she believed she had been pushed out not because of actions, but because of shifting tides she could no longer influence. Rumors soon began to pulse in media circles. A private memoir, a collection of personal notes she had kept for years. Cautious conversations with publishers. Nothing confirmed, but enough to signal that Camilla was not simply disappearing into the countryside. She was studying the new landscape forming around her, searching for the path forward, whether through silence, revelation, or reinvention. Meanwhile, her once tight circle splintered under the pressure. Advisors who had shaped her public image quietly stepped back. Allies within aristocratic circles distanced themselves, wary of being pulled into the turbulence. Even long-standing supporters hesitated, unsure of how closely they could stand beside someone no longer tethered to the crown. And yet, for all the speculation, Ray Millhouse remained undisturbed. No public statements, no interviews. Only a single figure walking the grounds at dusk. A woman who had once carried a title that placed her at the center of royal life, now navigating the unfamiliar terrain of life after power. Her future, whether silence, resurgence, or something in between, remains unwritten. But one truth lingers over Ray Millhouse like the winter fog. Her story is not over. It has merely entered a chapter no one expected her to face alone. As the dust of the November upheaval began to settle, the palace did not rest. It could not. The monarchy, having made one of its most decisive internal choices in nearly a century, now faced the far more delicate task of reconstruction. Not the rebuilding of structures or ceremonies, but of purpose. Stability without renewal would be temporary. Renewal without structure would be chaos. And so, in the quiet rooms of Windsor Castle, far from the flashes of cameras and the hum of public speculation, a new framework began to take shape. The Windsor Charter, a text whispered about for months, finally emerged from drafts and revisions into its first complete form. It was not announced with fanfare. Most of the nation didn't even know it was being finalized. But for those inside the palace, its pages felt like a compass being reset. Crafted by Princess Anne and a small circle of legal advisors, with William offering strategic direction, the document did what royal tradition had rarely dared to do: define boundaries. It was a charter of clarity, a blueprint of conduct, a reminder that the crown's strength did not come from grandeur, but from discipline. Annual transparency reports, strict guardrails for patronage, limits on consort authority, clear succession protocols. Nothing in the charter attacked the past, but everything in it protected the future. One constitutional advisor described it as the invisible scaffolding holding up the next era of the monarchy. And as the ink dried on those pages, the focus quietly shifted to the next generation, not as figureheads, but as apprentices of responsibility. Prince George, just 12 years old, became the earliest heir in modern history to begin structured constitutional preparation. Not the gilded grooming of past centuries, but a thoughtful, measured education designed to anchor him in the realities of public service. His lessons were quiet: sessions on ethics with historians, discussions about civic duty with youth councils, private briefings about the role of monarchy in a world far more skeptical than the one his great-grandmother inherited. The aim was simple: to raise not a symbol, but a servant, leader. One palace insider put it plainly: they're teaching George not what it means to reign, but what it means to be responsible. Catherine played a significant role in shaping this approach. Her belief that leadership must be humane, rooted in understanding rather than superiority, shaped the tone of George's early training. William ensured the constitutional foundation. Catherine ensured the emotional one. Together, they were forging a path designed not for spectacle, but for survival. The reconstruction extended beyond the heir. Palace staff noticed a shift in the atmosphere, meetings more focused, decisions more streamlined, the new Circle of Six functioning with unprecedented unity. Anne oversaw governance. Catherine oversaw emotional tone. William oversaw direction. The monarchy, once strained by competing influences, now found itself aligned under a shared vision. But quietly, beneath all the forward motion, the shadow of recent events lingered. The removal of a consort was not a small moment. It was a tectonic shift. And although no one spoke of it openly, everyone understood that the Windsor Charter was, in part, a shield to prevent history from folding back on itself. Still, as the palace rose each morning to a new rhythm, There was something unexpected in the air. Not triumph, not relief, but quiet confidence. A sense that, for the first time in years, the institution was no longer reacting to cracks. It was building something stronger atop them. And at the center of that effort stood a future king, a future queen, and a young heir, learning far earlier than anyone expected what it meant to inherit not just a crown, but a burden woven from centuries of expectation. The palace had weathered the storm, but its horizon was not marked by silence. It was marked by a date, April 18th, 2026, etched quietly into calendars, months before the public ever learned its meaning. A coronation, yes, but not the kind the world had come to expect from centuries of pageantry. This one was being shaped in hushed conference rooms, in late-night meetings, in the steady hands of those who had taken responsibility for steering the monarchy into its next era. And although William's name would be the one history recorded, it was Catherine's guiding influence and Anne's unwavering structure that gave the ceremony its soul. The blueprint was unlike anything the monarchy had attempted. Gone were the layers of ritual inherited without question. Gone were the gilded symbols that, in a different age, had dazzled rather than distanced. This coronation aimed to reverse the sequence: connection first, symbolism second. It would not be a spectacle imposed from above, but a conversation offered to the nation. William, one planner noted, didn't want to be crowned above the people, he wanted to be crowned among them. One of the most striking decisions was the creation of a new crown, modern, ethical, and deeply symbolic. Crafted from recycled Welsh gold, set with stones sourced responsibly from Commonwealth nations, and anchored by a single diamond once belonging to Diana. It represented continuity without imitation. Catherine had quietly suggested its design months earlier, believing that the ceremony needed a symbol that honored the past without replicating its shadows. The jewel from Diana was not a tribute, it was a bridge. Yet perhaps the most powerful message came from what the coronation would not include. There would be no crowning of a consort, no separate ceremony, no regalia placed upon Catherine's head. She would walk beside William as a partner, not a counterpart, in a gesture that subtly but unmistakably acknowledged the absence left behind. It was not a rebuke, it was a recalibration, one the planners understood would signal the monarchy's new direction without uttering a single word. The ceremony itself would center not on lineage, but on service. A children's procession leading the king, scientists and teachers offering blessings, representatives from every corner of the Commonwealth taking roles that once belonged solely to aristocrats. It was, in its quiet revolution, a coronation shaped by conscience. As news of the redesign began to surface, something rare happened. A surge of national anticipation, not based on nostalgia, but on curiosity. People wanted to see what a modern monarchy could look like when it dared to put humility ahead of grandeur. And at the heart of that moment, walking beside a future king, guiding a young heir, and standing in the space where a consort once stood, would be Catherine. Not crowned, not anointed, but undeniably central to the monarchy's rebirth. April 2026 would not simply mark the beginning of William's reign. It would mark the moment the crown began to reflect the world it sought to serve. When the last echoes of November's upheaval softened into the quiet hum of daily palace life, it became clear that Britain had just witnessed one of the most delicate recalibrations in modern royal memory. Not a rupture, not a spectacle, but a restructuring shaped by steady hands and an unspoken understanding that, to survive, the monarchy had to reclaim the clarity it had been slowly losing. The departure of a central figure, the drafting of a new charter, the emergence of a unified trio steering the institution. These were not isolated moments. They were the opening measures of a new rhythm. Looking back, the chain of events traced a pattern more than a conflict. A drift had grown over time, subtle yet undeniable, and the November 14 meeting was simply where that drift met its boundary. What emerged from that room was not a victory for one faction or a defeat for another, but a decision made for the sake of an institution that has weathered centuries of storms. William's guiding principle was straightforward. The monarchy must endure, not because of tradition alone, but because of its ability to adapt with purpose. In the days that followed, observers quickly saw the roles each figure played. William provided the structure, the framework, the unflinching clarity that the moment demanded. Catherine provided the humanity, quietly ensuring that the tone of the transition did not harden the public's perception. Anne provided the backbone, giving voice to hard truths others hesitated to speak. Their combined influence created an alignment that the monarchy had not felt in years, three distinct strengths converging into a single direction. Yet the absence left behind was impossible to ignore. Camilla's departure did not register as scandal or disgrace, it registered as symbolism. a reminder that proximity to the crown does not place anyone above the principles that uphold it. And although she has retreated into silence, that silence hangs in the air like an unopened letter. Will she choose to disappear into private life? Will she reframe her story? Or will the world one day hear a version of events from her own hand? The unanswered questions linger softly, but persistently. The monarchy has responded not with retreat, but with renewal. The Windsor Charter stands now as the backbone of a redefined institution, structured, transparent, and conscious of the world watching it. Its pages safeguard the throne from ambiguity and ensure that future generations inherit a system with clearer boundaries than the one that nearly faltered. Perhaps the most poignant development is the quiet preparation of Prince George. His early lessons in responsibility signal that the crown he may one day wear is not merely ornamental, it is ethical. He is being raised to understand service before symbolism, accountability before ceremony. In that, the monarchy is planting the seeds of longevity. And so we arrive at the threshold of what comes next. The coronation of 2026 promises not just a new king, but a new meaning for kingship itself. A monarchy that listens more than it proclaims. A crown built less on grandeur and more on grounded purpose. Whether this transformation will hold, whether it will inspire the public or challenge old expectations, remains to be seen. But this moment, this turning of the page will be remembered. The night when silence reshaped power. The morning when clarity replaced confusion. The chapter where the monarchy learned to rebuild without breaking. Now, it's your turn. What do you think the next step should be for this evolving royal institution? Share your thoughts below, and stay with us, because the story of this transition is far from over, and the next chapter is already beginning to take shape. It was the smile that spoke volumes. When former U.S. President Donald Trump was asked about Queen Camilla during his second state visit to Britain, he chuckled warmly, squinted for a moment, and then hesitated, searching for a detail, an impression, a memory. He finally recalled, with some uncertainty, that she had worn a dress. Was it pink? No, perhaps blue. The slip, quickly laughed off, was more revealing than any polished diplomatic line. Camilla, adorned in jewels and a carefully chosen regal gown, had been present, but not memorable. Trump's vague recollection of her attire was the perfect metaphor, dazzling in intention, yet lost in the grandeur of a moment that belonged not to her, but to others. For while Camilla struggled to etch herself into the occasion, it was William and Catherine who imprinted themselves indelibly on the visit's narrative. In every image splashed across international front pages, whether the procession at Windsor, the glittering banquet at Buckingham Palace, or the seemingly effortless conversations with Trump and Melania, it was the Prince and Princess of Wales who commanded attention. Catherine's elegance, her natural rapport with Melania, and William's assured diplomacy became the defining lens through which this state visit was remembered. Britain is unmatched in pageantry, and this visit unfolded like a masterclass in ceremonial choreography. The carriage rides through London, the meticulous guard formations, the resonance of trumpets heralding the American delegation, all were designed to project continuity and strength. For Trump, a man who revels in spectacle, this was not simply a state visit. It was a personal stage upon which he could praise the monarchy's unrivaled ability to dazzle. No country, he would later remark, does ceremony like Britain. No one even comes close. Yet within the spectacle, the power dynamics were clear. King Charles, dignified but visibly weary from ongoing health struggles, presided over the occasion with the aura of continuity, but without the vigor of command. The heavy lifting, political, diplomatic, symbolic, fell on William and Catherine. Trump, never one to downplay personal impressions, made repeated reference to William's confidence and Catherine's striking poise. Their presence was not auxiliary, it was central. If there was a single moment that crystallized the shift, it was at the state banquet. Cameras captured a scene that British tabloids described as cinematic perfection. Catherine in a gown of understated brilliance, Melania in equally refined elegance, the two women sharing an unforced laugh, while Trump leaned toward Catherine, animated and visibly at ease. The photographs raced across social media, framing a story the press could not resist. Royal courtiers had no doubt intended Camilla to shine as hostess, the queen at the monarch's side. Yet, as Trump's later comments confirmed, the reality was different. He remembered Catherine's grace, William's steady leadership, and Charles's ceremonial gravitas. Camilla, a blur of color, a polite smile, a detail forgotten. The imbalance was impossible to ignore. Beyond the optics, the visit carried weight in matters of state. William steered conversations toward shared Anglo-American priorities: security cooperation, climate initiatives, trade opportunities in the wake of shifting global alliances. Catherine, increasingly recognized as more than a consort, added her voice on issues of education, early childhood development, and women's empowerment. Reports from those in the banquet hall describe how Trump listened intently when Catherine spoke of humanitarian commitments, her words landing with the conviction of someone shaping, not merely supporting policy. This was diplomacy layered with symbolism. At a time when King Charles battles illness and the monarchy navigates a soft transition of authority, Trump's effusive praise served as validation that Britain's next generation of royal leadership is not only prepared, but already performing. And so, Trump's chuckle when asked about Camilla was not cruel, it was telling. The Queen Consort, resplendent in jewels and brocade, faded into the backdrop of a story where Catherine was the heroine, William the statesman, and Charles the symbol of continuity. Camilla's efforts to anchor herself in the narrative, a bold gown, a heavily trailed feature in certain newspapers, were eclipsed by the effortless magnetism of Catherine and the evolving authority of William. The monarchy has long been about more than personalities. It is about performance, about embodying the nation's story in moments of spectacle and diplomacy. This visit made plain where the spotlight now falls. Trump's memory lapse was not an insult. It was an unintentional acknowledgement of reality. In the theater of modern monarchy, some figures are destined to shine brighter than others. As Trump departed Britain, praising the monarchy's unmatched elegance and calling Catherine so beautiful, and William a man of great presence, one truth echoed louder than the ceremonial trumpets. The future is arriving in plain sight. Camilla's blurred impression was not a failure of memory. It was a reflection of succession in motion. William and Catherine are not waiting for history to summon them. They are writing it, in handshakes, in laughter, in the unspoken recognition of world leaders. And as Britain watched the images flash across screens and broadsheets, the message resonated with quiet certainty. The crown's weight is shifting, and the faces that carry it are already here. Prince William stepped decisively into the arena of international politics. Gone was the notion of William as a ceremonial heir or a passive observer. During the visit, he was the host, the statesman, the interlocutor who carried Britain's message with authority. In private talks and public symbolism alike, William acted not as a son awaiting succession, but as a sovereign in training already exercising power. The optics were unmistakable. In the official reception line at Buckingham Palace, it was William, not Charles, who extended the first handshake to Trump after the formalities. Inside the gilded halls, when policy questions arose about Anglo-American cooperation, it was William who answered, often with a steady baritone and a depth of detail that surprised even seasoned correspondents. Reports confirmed that security, trade, and climate change dominated the discussions. While Charles contributed general remarks of continuity and friendship, William steered the conversation toward tangible outcomes. According to diplomatic aides quoted in the Times, William emphasized Britain's role as a stable partner in an unstable world. We may be adjusting our course after Brexit, but our compass still points to the transatlantic bond. Such words, though measured, struck a chord. Trump, never one to miss an opportunity for dramatic affirmation, responded with a booming, "I like that very much." Strong words, very strong. Equally notable was Catherine's contribution to these exchanges. In moments when Trump's energy shifted to grandiosity, Catherine brought the dialogue back to human priorities: education, humanitarian aid, the role of women in peacebuilding. Insiders recount that her remarks were not filler, but substance, drawing on years of work in early childhood development and global advocacy. Trump, known for his preference for big gestures, paused long enough to say, "That's important, very important. People feel that." The moment was subtle, but telling. Catherine had crossed the invisible threshold from consort to contributor. She was not merely present, she was integral to the conversation, providing a balance to William's geopolitical focus. Where William built bridges of strategy, Catherine laid the human foundation upon which those bridges could stand. Contrast this with Queen Camilla's role during the visit. Royal photographers captured her seated beside Trump during a luncheon, a placement meant to ensure her visibility. Yet the images that emerged from that meal were not of a meaningful exchange, but of Camilla smiling politely, while Trump leaned his body toward Catherine further down the table. Newspapers tried to amplify her presence, emphasizing her jewels and her gown, but the narrative refused to bend. Camilla's contribution was overshadowed by her stepson and daughter-in-law, a reality underlined by Trump's later confused recollection of her attire. The harder she tried to project grandeur, the less she resonated. Where Catherine's elegance seemed effortless, Camilla's seemed rehearsed. Where William projected command, Camilla offered little more than ornamentation. For a monarchy already in transition, the comparison was glaring. Royal watchers could not ignore the deeper symbolism. Charles, though still king, is known to be undergoing ongoing treatment for cancer. His visible fragility has fueled speculation about a soft handover of responsibilities. This visit provided visual confirmation. William was not only present, he was in charge. Trump's repeated references to William, his handshake, his attire, his confidence were not accidental. They were acknowledgments of where real authority seemed to rest. Even Catherine's visible prominence was part of this transition. At the banquet, when she and Melania Trump shared a warm exchange, the press corps recorded it, not as a charming side note, but as a diplomatic triumph. The First Lady of the United States and the future Queen of England laughing together in effortless rapport, this was the kind of soft power that builds goodwill faster than any treaty. Trump himself underscored the dynamic, albeit unintentionally. In a post-visit interview, he enthused about the ceremony, the magnificence of Windsor and Buckingham, and above all, the personal warmth of William and Catherine. "They're wonderful," he declared. "William's a leader, Catherine's so beautiful, so classy. You don't forget that, believe me." Asked again about Camilla, he laughed before hesitating. "She was nice, very nice. She wore something colorful, I think." The contrast could not have been more glaring. For the British public, weary of political turbulence and economic uncertainty, the visit provided something rare, a reason to feel proud. The monarchy, through William and Catherine, reminded the world of Britain's unmatched ability to blend tradition with relevance. Trump's praise may have been effusive, but it mirrored the reaction of millions watching at home. Across front pages and on television panels, the consensus emerged. William and Catherine had not just participated, they had triumphed. Camilla's forgettable presence only reinforced the message. In the theater of monarchy, presence is power, and absence, even in plain sight, is irrelevance. The story of this state visit was not the Queen Consort's attempt at grandeur, but the Prince and Princess of Wales stepping forward into the roles history is quietly handing them. By the close of the second day of Trump's visit, the outlines of Britain's royal future had sharpened. Charles remained the sovereign, but William was the statesman, Catherine the queen in waiting, and Camilla the shadow. Trump's praise and laughter, his gestures and words, had crystallized a truth long whispered in palace corridors. The crown's next act is already in rehearsal, and the world is watching. The chandeliers glittered above Buckingham Palace's grand ballroom as the state banquet began. But it was not the crystal nor the gilded ceilings that captured the world's attention. It was the tableau at the royal table. Catherine, Princess of Wales, seated just a few seats from Donald and Melania Trump, radiating an effortless composure that cameras could not resist. Across the hall, Queen Camilla, draped in jewels and dressed in a bold gown of sapphire silk, played her part. Yet, as the evening unfolded, the contrast between the two women became not only visible but impossible to ignore. One photograph in particular raced across social media within hours. Catherine, dressed in an ivory gown that shimmered under candlelight, leaned slightly toward Melania Trump, their faces lit by genuine smiles. Trump himself, seated opposite, leaned toward the princess with the enthusiasm of a man deeply engaged. The caption from one broadsheet the next morning was simple: "Catherine steals the evening." That one frame told the story. While Camilla had worked diligently with her stylist to present herself as the regal hostess, the queen consort presiding over an international guest of honor, the spotlight belonged to Catherine. Every natural gesture she made with Melania became a story, every laugh a headline. Even the American press, often quick to divide its loyalties, joined the chorus of admiration. The British tabloids, rarely unanimous, were nearly so this time. The Daily Mail called Catherine the very definition of regal grace. The Times noted her measured interventions in conversation, which drew the respect of the American delegation. Even the typically skeptical Guardian remarked on the undeniable magnetism of the Princess of Wales, in contrast to the Queen Consort's earnest but subdued presence. For Camilla, the evening was a bitter paradox. Seated beside senior American figures, she fulfilled her official duty. Yet when Trump was later asked about her, his memory betrayed the truth. She had left little impression. "She wore something colorful," he said vaguely, chuckling at the uncertainty. His laughter, warm but dismissive, landed like a final verdict. For a woman determined to anchor herself as queen, to be remembered only as a blur of color was a humiliation no jewel could conceal. What made Catherine so magnetic that evening was not only her beauty, though it was undeniable, but her diplomacy. Observers noted how she skillfully guided conversation with Melania toward shared interests: education, women's empowerment, the role of mothers in shaping societies. Trump, never far from the spotlight, listened with visible approval, nodding as Catherine spoke. "That's important," he was overheard saying. People feel that. The symbolism was potent. In a hall filled with power brokers and politicians, it was Catherine whose words resonated with the leader of the world's most powerful democracy. She had become, in that moment, more than a princess. She was a stateswoman, representing not just her family but her nation. Camilla, meanwhile, struggled against invisibility. Reporters described her as gracious but peripheral. Her remarks limited, her gestures rehearsed rather than spontaneous. One photograph captured her gazing across the table, while Trump and Catherine shared a laugh, a poignant reminder that no amount of jewels could buy presents. Social media users were less forgiving. The Queen Consort looked like she was attending someone else's dinner, one viral comment read. The harder Camilla tried, the less she succeeded. Her vivid gown, meant to command attention, was overshadowed by Catherine's understated elegance. Her placement beside Trump, intended to produce photographs of diplomatic intimacy, instead produced images of polite distance. Trump's later confusion, blue or pink, summed up the futility. Camilla had been present, but not remembered. For the British public, the banquet was more than a spectacle. It was a glimpse of the monarchy's future. William and Catherine, seated in positions of prominence, acted not as supporting characters, but as protagonists. Charles, dignified yet subdued, presided as a symbol of continuity. Camilla, despite her title, seemed increasingly out of step with the narrative. The symbolism of succession hovered over every frame. Catherine's laughter with Melania was not just personal rapport, it was soft power in action, the kind that cements alliances more deeply than speeches. William's steady exchanges with Trump reinforced Britain's role as a transatlantic anchor. Together, the couple projected the image of a monarchy not only enduring but evolving, prepared to carry Britain's prestige into a new era. By the banquet's close, one truth had become unavoidable. Catherine was not simply a consort in waiting, she was already performing the role of queen. William, with his measured authority, was already embodying the sovereign's voice. Camilla, by contrast, was struggling to justify her presence in a world that increasingly looked past her. Trump's laughter when recalling Camilla's gown was more than a slip of memory, it was history's verdict delivered in real time. The Queen Consort's efforts to shine had been overshadowed by the very people destined to succeed her, and Britain, watching the banquet unfold in images and headlines, understood what it meant. The monarchy's next chapter was not only inevitable, but already unfolding, seat by seat, smile by smile, handshake by handshake. The brilliance of Buckingham's banquet and Windsor's pageantry could not fully disguise the more sobering truth behind the gilded curtains. King Charles III is a monarch in decline. His face, thinner than in months past, and his limited appearances throughout Trump's visit were reminders of a reality the palace can no longer gloss over. While he remained present for key moments greeting the American delegation, offering formal toasts, his role was increasingly symbolic. His energy visibly diminished. The king is fighting a battle not only with illness but with time, and Britain is watching closely. At nearly every public engagement, one figure remained a constant presence at Charles's side: Princess Anne. The Princess Royal, renowned for her no-nonsense sense of duty, has become her brother's steadfast companion, quietly ensuring his comfort and continuity. Courtiers noted her almost military vigilance, stepping in to manage schedules, smoothing over delays, and even shielding Charles from overexertion. To the public, Anne's loyalty is both reassuring and poignant. She represents the monarchy's old guard, the last of Elizabeth II's generation carrying the weight of tradition. But even her unwavering presence cannot obscure the fact that responsibility is slipping inexorably toward the next generation. Observers of the Trump visit described the event as a masterclass in controlled handover. Charles was there majestic, ceremonial, but it was William and Catherine who carried the true burden of hosting. Their leadership was not accidental. Palace insiders have confirmed that the king has deliberately delegated increasing authority to his heir and daughter-in-law. The symbolism was subtle but unmistakable. Every handshake William offered, every exchange Catherine steered, was part of a carefully staged rehearsal for the reign to come. Behind the scenes, whispers of actual coronation rehearsals have surfaced. Sources suggest that senior staff have been conducting private walkthroughs of procedures, timings, ceremonial logistics, even seating arrangements for the moment when the inevitable comes. The public sees only elegance and continuity. The palace is already practicing for succession. Even in frailty, Charles has tried to wield his authority with grace. His decision to welcome Trump personally, despite medical advice to limit engagements, was widely seen as an effort to project stability. More privately, his attempts to mend family rifts, particularly with Harry, reflect a father's instinct to reconcile before time runs short. Yet even here, the king has faced disappointment. William reportedly encouraged Harry to visit their ailing father, an act of filial duty that might have healed wounds. Harry's refusal only deepened the sense of estrangement, leaving Charles reliant on William and Catherine to embody the monarchy's strength. For the British public, the contrast could not be sharper. Charles, dignified but fragile, represents the twilight of an era. William and Catherine, commanding and admired, embody the dawn of the next. Trump's praise for them only reinforced the perception that international recognition has already shifted to the heirs. Anne's vigilance at Charles's side is touching, but it is also a reminder. The old guard cannot hold back history forever. By the end of Trump's visit, the narrative was no longer just about diplomacy or pageantry. It was about continuity. Britain had staged, in plain sight, a rehearsal of its royal future. Catherine dazzling beside foreign dignitaries, William speaking with authority to world leaders, Charles, present but frail, Anne, loyal to the last. The monarchy has always thrived on symbolism, and the symbols of this visit were impossible to miss. The king's reign, though not yet concluded, is already being gently eclipsed. The crown's next chapter is not a question of if, but when, and in Catherine's laughter, William's confidence, and Anne's quiet loyalty, Britain has already glimpsed the shape of what is to come. If the American state visit underscored William and Catherine's diplomatic power in the West, the visit of Kuwait's crown prince delivered something even more extraordinary: public words that seemed to sanctify Catherine as Britain's future queen. In a hushed moment that quickly spread through diplomatic circles, Sheikh Sabah al-Khalid al-Hamid al-Sabah, heir to one of the Gulf's most influential monarchies, declared, "I will swear on the honor of Kuwait that you are the most beautiful and worthy queen." The remark, made during a toast at Windsor, was not scripted. It was not part of the palace's careful protocol. It was spontaneous, heartfelt, and loaded with symbolic weight. For Britain, it was confirmation not merely of Catherine's elegance, but of her global stature. For Camilla, it was another reminder of her fading place in the royal narrative. Those present described the crown prince's words as electrifying. Catherine, ever composed, received the compliment with a modest smile, her eyes flicking briefly toward William before lowering in graceful humility. But the moment was indelible. Here was a foreign royal heir, representing a state of immense wealth and geopolitical importance, openly recognizing Catherine not as a princess or a consort in waiting, but as a queen. Diplomatic commentators were quick to seize upon the remark. It was more than flattery, noted one Middle East analyst. It was a recognition that Catherine is already operating at the level of a sovereign. Kuwait's crown prince would not make such a statement lightly. The British press amplified the moment, with front-page headlines celebrating Catherine as the queen the world already sees. In contrast, Camilla's presence at the same event received only cursory mentions, buried in photo captions rather than editorial praise. But the crown prince did not stop there. In a gesture of cultural symbolism, he presented Princess Charlotte with a finely crafted jewel-studded box, designed by Kuwaiti artisans, containing a delicate gold charm shaped like a falcon, the national symbol of strength and honor. As he handed the gift, he offered words that moved courtiers and onlookers alike. "She carries the spirit of her great-grandmother Elizabeth. In her I see the posture of a future leader." Oh, the remark, directed toward a 10-year-old, was astonishing in its resonance. Princess Charlotte, already adored in Britain for her poise during public appearances, was suddenly cast in the lineage of Elizabeth II by a foreign dignitary. The symbolic weight was immense. Charlotte is not only William and Catherine's daughter, she is now, in the eyes of the world, a living bridge between the monarchy's storied past and its luminous future. Observers noted three distinct ways Catherine shaped the Kuwaiti visit. The heritage tour. Catherine personally guided the crown prince through Windsor's historic halls, narrating stories of continuity, sacrifice, and legacy. Her pride in Britain's traditions was not rehearsed but heartfelt, giving the tour a depth usually reserved for heads of state. The Women's Forum. In a private roundtable, Catherine emphasized the monarchy's support for women's education and empowerment. Diplomats later admitted her interventions were as substantive as any cabinet minister's. The farewell walk. At the close of the visit, Catherine joined the crown prince in the gardens, where she spoke of the royal family's mission to balance tradition with service. Courtiers described the exchange as quietly historic, a glimpse of Catherine's ability to turn hospitality into statecraft. Each moment reinforced her image not simply as a supportive consort, but as an active architect of Britain's soft power. Camilla, once again, struggled for visibility. Despite being styled as queen, she played no significant role during the Kuwaiti visit. Aides had hoped her patronage of literacy charities might align with cultural discussions, but no such moment emerged. Press photographs captured her standing politely on the edges of receptions, her smile gracious but irrelevant. Trump's earlier lapse of memory had been embarrassing. The Crown Prince's deliberate coronation of Catherine was devastating. One foreign diplomat put it bluntly, "When the world looks at Britain, they see Catherine, not Camilla." That is the reality. For Britain, the Kuwaiti Crown Prince's remarks carried deeper meaning. Charles, battling illness, has embodied the monarchy's continuity through a difficult era. But here was a foreign leader acknowledging the inevitability of succession, praising not the present but the future. His gift to Charlotte was an even sharper signal. The monarchy's vitality rests with William, Catherine, and their children, not with Camilla's attempts at grandeur. The palace, ever careful, downplayed the language in official communiques. The press office released a statement thanking Kuwait for its warm friendship and thoughtful gestures. But the images told another story. Catherine, radiant, receiving recognition as queen in waiting. Charlotte, beaming, holding a gift that tied her to Elizabeth II's legacy. Camilla, blurred in the background. For the British public, these moments struck a chord of national pride. The monarchy, so often tested in recent years, seemed once again to shine as a beacon of continuity and global relevance. The Crown Prince's oath and gift were not just diplomatic courtesies, they were validation. Britain's future queen had been recognized, its young princess honored, its monarchy reaffirmed on the world stage. Camilla's absence from the narrative only sharpened the point. The queen consort may hold the title, but the world has chosen its symbol. Catherine is the queen in all but name, and Charlotte the heir of a spirit that once defined Elizabeth II. For Britain, it was a story that transcended ceremony. It was history, unfolding in real time. By the time the Kuwaiti Crown Prince's motorcade departed Windsor, the outlines of Britain's royal future had never been clearer. William and Catherine had hosted with authority, received praise that bordered on coronation, and even witnessed their daughter Charlotte being compared to Elizabeth II. The monarchy, for all its fragility, was alive with possibility. Yet amid the triumph, a note of sorrow remained, the fracture within the family itself. Those close to the Prince of Wales confide that beneath his commanding exterior, William still harbors one unfulfilled hope: reconciliation with his younger brother. Sources suggest he urged Harry to return during Charles's recent illness, hoping the gravity of their father's condition might heal wounds. William's message was simple: come home, sit with him, share the burden. But Harry declined, citing other priorities. It was a rejection that stung deeply. For William, the call was not about titles or duties, but about family. For Harry, entrenched in his Californian life, it seemed too much. Trump's visit had proven the Wallaces' global stature beyond question. Harry's absence, by contrast, highlighted the gulf between responsibility embraced and responsibility abandoned. King Charles remains, for now, the monarch. His efforts to extend olive branches, to embody stability, even as illness drains his strength, are commendable. Yet it is evident that his reign is entering twilight. Princess Anne's constant presence at his side is testimony to devotion, but also acknowledgement that the king's reliance has grown. Britain reveres him for his decades of service, but increasingly looks to William and Catherine as the carriers of continuity. The quiet rehearsals whispered within palace corridors, timings practiced. Ceremonial steps rehearsed are no longer speculation but necessity. Charles himself, it is said, has accepted this. The monarchy's survival lies not in clinging to the present but in preparing the future. No narrative of this transition is complete without Catherine. Her performance across both the American and Kuwaiti visits confirmed her role as the monarchy's anchor. Whether guiding dignitaries through Windsor's halls, sharing soft laughter with Melania Trump, or receiving the Crown Prince's public oath, she embodied the monarchy's modern spirit. Dignity without aloofness, strength without ostentation, tradition carried with grace. For Britons, weary of political strife and economic anxieties, Catherine has become more than a princess. She is reassured. She is the proof that monarchy can be relevant, compassionate, and inspiring in equal measure. And what of Camilla, the queen consort, who once positioned herself as Charles's indispensable partner, is now increasingly peripheral. Trump's vague recollection of her gown blue, perhaps pink, was emblematic of her invisibility. The Kuwaiti Crown Prince's deliberate coronation of Catherine, ignoring Camilla entirely, was devastating. The harder she seeks to project herself, the more she disappears behind the brilliance of the Wallaces. The public sees it, the press records it, and the world acknowledges it. Camilla is fading into the shadows of history, eclipsed by the very figures who will define the monarchy's future. The story of these visits is not simply one of diplomacy. It is the story of a monarchy in metamorphosis. Charles represents continuity, Anne loyalty, Camilla irrelevance. William and Catherine represent the future. Their children George, Charlotte, and Louis symbolize the bridge that carries Elizabeth II's legacy into a new century. William's wish for reconciliation with Harry may or may not be fulfilled, but the monarchy's destiny no longer hinges on it. The crown's survival lies in its ability to inspire, to project strength and compassion, to embody Britain's pride. On that measure, William and Catherine have already succeeded. As the palace gates closed behind Kuwait's departing guest, one truth lingered in the autumn air. Britain has not only shown the world its unmatched pomp and ceremony, it has revealed the faces of its future. William, statesman and sovereign in waiting. Catherine, queen already in spirit, hailed by foreign leaders and adored at home. Charlotte, heir to a lineage that stretches back to Elizabeth II. The monarchy's next chapter is not approaching, it has begun. And in its opening lines, one figure is absent, her presence a blur, her memory uncertain. For all Camilla's jewels, it is Catherine's smile, William's steady hand, and Charlotte's promise that carry the story forward. The crown awaits. And Britain, watching with pride, knows exactly whose heads it belongs upon. Buckingham Palace has rarely sounded this severe. At precisely 7:04 a.m. London time, the Royal Communications Office released a 17-word statement that reverberated through every newsroom in Europe. Lady Camilla will no longer be serving in any public or ceremonial royal capacity, by order of His Majesty. New embellishment, new royal flourish, just finality. Within minutes, television anchors broke into their morning broadcasts, commentators gasped on live radio, and the gates of Clarence House filled with photographers. What appeared at first to be another rumor of royal restructuring was in fact a constitutional earthquake. According to multiple senior palace aides, the crisis erupted 10 days earlier, when a routine security inspection of Raymil House, the Duchess's private estate in Wiltshire, uncovered two highly sensitive items: a confidential draft of Queen Elizabeth II's final will, printed on government-decoded parchment, a Swiss auction contract authorizing the sale of a royal artifact. So historically symbolic, it had been under restricted preservation since 1953, a mother-of-pearl and jade ceremonial fan used by Her late Majesty at her coronation. The contract, drawn up by the Geneva-based firm Maison Vaudry and C.A., listed C.R. as the final signatory. Corporate filings traced the paperwork through 3 shell companies in Monaco, one of which was linked financially to Tom Parker Bowles, the Queen Consort's son. When auditors matched the auction item's description against the Royal Archive inventory, they realized the object carried a red-coded notation, "Nano-transferable, excluded from commerce, symbolic property of the sovereign crown." That single phrase meant the artifact could never leave royal custody. To attempt its sale was not just improper, it was a breach of sovereign trust, punishable under the Crown Heritage Protection Act of 1959. Insiders recount that King Charles learned of the findings while reviewing estate documents at Balmoral Castle. A senior advisor present described his reaction as quiet devastation, followed by unrestrained fury. The king ordered an emergency convocation of his inner council, the Prince of Wales, Princess Anne, and the Duke of Edinburgh. For 2 hours behind the sealed oak doors of the Green Drawing Room, the monarch demanded explanations. The evidence, he was told, was unequivocal. The fan's removal request had been logged under Camilla's personal clearance code, and a forged amendment to the late Queen's will written in blue fountain-up ink, matching Camilla's handwriting, 92%, had been stored alongside it. The forged line was chillingly specific. Certain ceremonial heirlooms upon my departure may be bestowed under discretion of the Queen Consort. No such clause existed in the original document archived at the Royal Trust Vaults. To the king and his children, it looked like an attempt to grant Camilla unilateral control over the symbolic regalia of the monarchy, a constitutional trespass masked as sentiment. The financial audit revealed wire transfers totaling £2.4 million between the Monaco Holding Company and a London legal consultancy that had previously represented Tom Parker Bowles' publishing ventures. Although the funds were labeled as consulting fees, investigators could not identify any services rendered. A confidential memorandum circulated within the Palace Accounts Office described the pattern as consistent with layered concealment. When confronted, Camilla reportedly denied wrongdoing, insisting the fan had been intended for temporary exhibition abroad to raise charity funds. But the inclusion of a sales clause in the Geneva contract rendered that defense implausible. A senior curator from the Royal Collection Trust summarized the gravity succinctly. To remove that fan from Windsor's vault is equivalent to removing the scepter from the coronation altar. Witnesses say Charles paced the long gallery of Balmoral in visible anguish before erupting, "She has traded our mother's memory for silver." The outburst, later confirmed by 2 aides, was the first direct rebuke of Camilla ever recorded within palace minutes. By evening, the king drafted an order invoking Section 3 of the Royal Household Governance Act, allowing the sovereign to suspend any member's ceremonial duties pending investigation. The directive, signed CR3 and sealed with crimson wax, was dispatched to Clarence House before midnight. Its consequence was immediate. Camilla's name was withdrawn from all forthcoming state programs, including the Commonwealth Remembrance Banquet and the Windsor Charity Gala, scheduled for November 20. Downing Street issued no comment, but several MPs privately described the scandal as the gravest institutional breach since the abdication of 1936. Markets reacted within hours. Shares in British Heritage Holdings, which manages royal exhibition licensing, fell 6.2% in morning trading. Royal watchers noted that Prince William's motorcade arrived at Kensington Palace before dawn the next day, followed soon after by Prince Edward, an unmistakable sign that the younger generation had united behind the king. As one senior courtier confided to The Times, "This isn't merely a family crisis. It's a line in the sand between legacy and liability." The palace's silence, since that announcement, speaks louder than any proclamation. But one truth now dominates every headline in Britain. Queen Camilla's era has ended not by abdication, but by exposure. While the monarchy reeled from the shock of the king's emergency directive, the epicenter of the investigation shifted quietly, yet firmly, to Raymil House, Camilla's secluded private residence in Wiltshire. Purchased in 1996 after her divorce from Andrew Parker Bowles, the property had long been regarded as her personal sanctuary, far removed from the ceremonial trappings of royal life. But following the revelations surrounding the illicit contract tied to the 1953 coronation fan, Raymil was no longer viewed as a retreat. It became the subject of a full-blown royal inquiry, led by the Palace Security Division, under authorization from the King's Privy Council. The initial inspection was routine, a biannual audit of encrypted safes and secure storage as required under the Royal Protocol for Private Estates. But what began as standard procedure became a turning point when, in one of Camilla's lesser-used guest suites, a discreetly embedded floor safe failed to respond to biometric clearance. Technicians had to override the lock. Inside were 3 objects. A folder marked E2 Private Correspondence, not for general review. A Cartier box containing a jade and mother-of-pearl fan, wrapped in blue silk. A printed document stamped with the letterhead of the Royal Council Office, with visible ink annotations in blue fountain pen. The document, upon analysis, turned out to be a previously unknown draft of Queen Elizabeth II's will. Unlike all authenticated versions, this one contained a handwritten amendment inserted into a paragraph on ceremonial property. This line stood out: "Certain ceremonial heirlooms, upon my departure, may be bestowed under discretion of the Queen Consort." The ink was subjected to forensic ink dating. While the paper matched official stock from the Royal Legal Division, the ink was less than 2 years old, dating it post-Elizabeth's passing. Handwriting analysts from Cranfield Institute of Graphology, contracted quietly by palace aides, confirmed a 92% match with Camilla's handwriting, particularly her signature loop strokes and pressure point curves. This amendment, if believed to be authentic, would have granted Camilla unprecedented access to the redistribution of royal heirlooms. But in reality, it was never signed by the Queen. That fact alone, unauthorized modification of a royal testament, escalated the affair from scandal to potential constitutional fraud. Simultaneously, palace auditors traced the corporate pathway of the fan's proposed auction. The Swiss firm Maison Vaudry & Cie was initially approached via a holding company named Velmont Heritage SA, registered in Monaco. Further digging revealed that one of the directors of Velmont was also on the board of a gourmet publishing venture linked to Tom Parker Bowles. Tom, a food writer by trade, and long known to avoid palace politics, now found himself ensnared in what the media dubbed the Heritage Shell scheme. Though no direct statement has been made by Tom, insiders say he was visibly shaken when confronted by palace legal counsel. While his role remains unclear, the coincidence of shared financial directors painted a troubling picture of possible nepotistic channeling of royal assets. In the vacuum of Camilla's disappearance from public duty, it was Princess Catherine who first stepped into the ceremonial void. On the morning following the revelation, she was photographed leaving Windsor Chapel with Lady Louise Windsor, symbolizing a generational shift in guidance and stewardship. At the same time, Prince William summoned the Royal Historical Trust to review all heirloom transfers from the last 2 years. Sources close to the trust indicate that at least 7 items, including a pair of pearl drop earrings once worn by Queen Victoria, are currently unaccounted for in the official palace registry. This triggered what one aide referred to as the restoration audit, a meticulous tracing of any object classified as non-commercial ceremonial heritage that may have left official custody without sovereign consent. Legally, the royal family is considered above prosecution under British constitutional custom. But palace sources confirmed that the Attorney General was consulted about whether Camilla's alleged forgery and illicit contracting, while not criminal in the public sense, constituted violations of royal oath and constitutional guardianship. One royal legal scholar commented, "This isn't about jail, it's about guardianship of the crown. To tamper with a sovereign will is akin to rewriting history." No charges would be filed, but the palace made its position clear. Camilla had abused her station to manipulate the sacred boundaries of heritage, succession, and honor. The king was described as broken but resolved. In the days following the discovery, he was seen meeting privately with Princess Anne, who reportedly told him, "You can forgive her in private, but you must correct her in public." Prince Edward, typically silent in matters of palace intrigue, took a surprisingly firm stance, calling the act a betrayal of mother's values. His wife Sophie, reportedly in tears, was seen comforting Lady Louise, who had previously looked up to Camilla as a senior female figure in the family. For Prince William, the incident served as final proof of the need to modernize inheritance protections and the future Queen Catherine's symbolic elevation as the ethical steward of the monarchy. "This was never about an object," one insider said. "It's about what kind of institution we want to leave our children." To the average observer, a fan may seem like an ornamental relic, delicate and historic perhaps, but hardly powerful. But within the context of the British monarchy, the 1953 coronation fan of Queen Elizabeth II was far more than an accessory. It was a sacred artifact of continuity, a living emblem of the crown's silent rituals. And now, in the wake of Camilla's attempted auction of this national heirloom, its symbolism had turned into a lightning rod of fury, grief, and reckoning. Crafted by hand in 1952 by Maison de Villeroy, the famed Parisian fan maker, the object was a gift from the House of Commons to the young queen upon her accession. It featured white silk taffeta embroidered with the House of Windsor crest, and its sticks were made of mother-of-pearl, inlaid with Burmese rubies and polished jade, forming an intricate mosaic of British and Commonwealth iconography. But what made this fan historically untouchable was not merely its materials, it was its function. Used only once in public on the 2nd of June 1953, during a private moment inside Westminster Abbey, after the coronation crown had been placed upon Elizabeth's head, the fan was considered by palace historians as one of the quiet regalia, ceremonial tools never flaunted but preserved in reverence. According to Her Majesty's will, declassified in limited form after her passing, this fan was to remain in protective custodianship, neither transferred, nor appraised, nor displayed beyond the royal vaults as a sacred token of service and silent power. The Queen's private secretary at the time of her death, Sir Geoffrey Haddon, was said to have insisted the fan never be photographed up close, as it was intended for the divine eye, not the public lens. That such an object found itself entangled in commercial dealings, worse still, linked to Camilla's signature, represented more than an overreach. To traditionalists and loyalists, it was nothing short of desecration. The Swiss auction house Maison Vaudry & Cie had begun issuing private previews to elite collectors under the codename Lot 2157, Elizabeth's Whisper. Though it was disguised as an estate piece of uncertain provenance, insiders confirmed that VIP clients were told off-record that it was a monarchical relic with unmatched pedigree. One of those clients, a former U.S. ambassador with close ties to the Royal Collection Trust, grew suspicious and alerted British consular staff in Geneva. Within 48 hours, legal action halted the listing. It was this act of anonymous intervention that triggered the emergency audit and ultimately led to King Charles's fury, which insiders claim boiled over in a closed-door meeting at Clarence House when he saw Camilla's signed authorization form. "You do not sell legacy," he is reported to have shouted. "You guard it. You hand it down. You don't put it behind glass in Zurich." The rare outburst was heard by multiple aides and even reportedly caused Camilla to leave the room visibly shaken. In her private correspondence, later leaked to the Times, Camilla attempted to justify her actions. The item was never in ceremonial use post-1953. Its historical value seemed appropriate for curated display in a European institution. This statement did little to calm the storm. In fact, it backfired. Curated display was interpreted as a euphemism for luxury auction, while European institution was easily connected to Vaudry, a commercial auctioneer, not a museum. Behind the scenes, some members of Camilla's inner circle claimed she had been advised poorly and genuinely believed she had discretionary authority. But documents from the Royal Council showed no clause or amendment granting such authority to any queen consort, past or present. The nail in the coffin came with the handwriting analysis on the forged draft of the Queen's will. As news broke of the fan's near sale, social media exploded. The hashtags #FanOfBetrayal and #Elizabeth's Whisper trended for 3 days, alongside renewed calls for increased transparency in how royal relics are managed. Royal biographer Cecilia Langford wrote in The Guardian, "The monarchy does not endure because it holds diamonds. It endures because it holds memory. And this fan, soft, light, sacred, was memory made manifest." And the broader public, many of whom had never even heard of the fan before, now latched onto it as a symbol of everything that must be protected from commercialism, ego, and internal decay. Young Britons in particular, usually apathetic toward royal affairs, took to TikTok to decry what they called boomer betrayal of legacy. While Camilla remained absent from public life, it was Princess Catherine, the Princess of Wales, who performed a subtle yet unmistakable act of contrast. At a remembrance service in Windsor the following week, Catherine wore a brooch designed in tribute to Queen Elizabeth's 1953 coronation fan, made not of silk or rubies, but white enamel and a single freshwater pearl. "It was gifted," she said quietly to a guest, "to honor something that should never have left our hands." She then donated £25,000 to the Royal Trust Restoration Fund, ensuring the safe preservation of minor regalia and ceremonial tools not covered under the National Archives. A palace staffer told The Telegraph, "She said nothing against Camilla, but everyone in the room heard what she stood for." Beyond public image, the damage was logistical as well. Trust in the royal custodial protocol, the detailed matrix by which heirlooms are tracked, had eroded. Private donors threatened to withdraw contributions unless new safeguards were implemented. The Royal Collection Trust saw a 19% dip in planned estate loans from private families. Worst of all, questions emerged in Parliament about the opaque nature of royal inheritance and object protection. Though unlikely to lead to direct legislation, it stirred unease within the Crown estate. "It is rare for an object so delicate to do so much damage," said one MP. But then again, so was the Queen. In the solemn stillness of Windsor's private gallery, 2 heirs to the House of Windsor stood before the imperial state diadem, a crown that had graced the heads of queens for generations. But in that moment, for Prince William and Prince Edward, it wasn't a symbol of majesty, it was a mirror of crisis. The scandal surrounding Queen Camilla's covert dealings, the near auction of Queen Elizabeth II's sacred coronation fan, and the forged clause in a hidden will draft, had shaken the monarchy's very foundation. But it was not only the crown that suffered, it was the trust between generations. On the second Sunday of November, with the monarchy's public calendar paused for remembrance services, Prince William quietly invited Prince Edward to a closed meeting at Sandringham House. Only 4 aides were present. According to a leaked diplomatic cable later confirmed by the Sunday Times, the topic was titled bluntly, "Institutional Integrity, Contingency and Containment." This was not just about punishing Camilla, it was about securing the institution itself and ensuring that ceremonial and spiritual authority would no longer be subject to personal ambition or financial manipulation. Edward, known for his discretion and deep respect for his late mother's ceremonial codes, brought with him a folder labeled Custodianship Protocols, 1950-2022, detailing every item considered non-transferable by Queen Elizabeth II. "We have to set a precedent now," Edward reportedly told William, "before trust becomes another item on the auction block." How? What triggered this decisive moment was not just the near sale of the coronation fan, but an internal audit William ordered, using MI5 secured forensic accounting teams that uncovered 3 additional objects listed under suspicious handling. A diamond-set reliquary cross, worn by Elizabeth II during the Maundy Thursday service in 1981, moved to Raymill House in 2023. An embroidered altar cloth, believed to have been used in the 1977 Silver Jubilee, stored without clearance in a Parisian archival vault. A handwritten note from Winston Churchill to Queen Elizabeth, missing from the Royal Archives since 2022. None of these objects had clearance to be removed from the royal vault, and all, according to asset trail documents, shared indirect pathways through a Luxembourg-registered trust, a trust linked to a holding company owned by Tom Parker Bowles's business associate, François Delacroix. This damning pattern confirmed what many feared. The integrity of the royal collection had been compromised at its most symbolic level. And worse, the person orchestrating the movement of these objects wasn't a rogue staffer, it was the queen consort herself. As internal discussions grew increasingly urgent, the palace was forced to maintain public appearances. But behind every carefully worded press statement, tension grew. William, according to senior aides, refused to attend any event involving Camilla. At the Festival of Remembrance, held at the Royal Albert Hall, William stood 3 rows away from Camilla, offering only a nod, no handshake, no words. Catherine, standing beside him, wore a brooch modeled after the coronation fan, as a subtle yet unmistakable statement of solidarity with the Queen's legacy. Meanwhile, Edward's wife Sophie, Duchess of Edinburgh, made a rare public speech at the British Archives Society, emphasizing the non-negotiable importance of archival trust and royal custodianship. It was the first time in decades a royal had made such an explicit statement on internal safeguarding. 2 weeks after the initial confrontation, King Charles called a meeting at Balmoral, the late Queen's favorite sanctuary, and the symbolic heart of her personal monarchy. All senior working royals were present: William and Catherine, Edward and Sophie, Princess Anne, the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester, Camilla. The meeting, according to insiders, lasted 6 hours. At one point, the room was cleared to allow only the king and his 2 sons. It was then that Charles made the pivotal decision. According to a transcript leak obtained by the Daily Mirror, "This cannot follow us into the new reign. We must leave no room for doubt in the public mind or in our own conscience. Camilla will no longer represent this house in any public or ceremonial capacity." Sources close to Camilla say she broke into tears when informed she was being stripped of her queen consort status. She pleaded that she had acted with the crown's dignity in mind, and that the confusion over the Queen's will was an honest misjudgment. But no one, not Anne, not Edward, and certainly not William, spoke in her defense. She was told she would retain residency at Raymill House but would no longer carry titles, perform engagements, or represent the crown abroad or domestically. The following morning, Clarence House released the now infamous 17-word statement: "Lady Camilla will no longer be serving in any public or ceremonial royal capacity by order of His Majesty." The public reaction was swift and, surprisingly, largely supportive. Polls conducted by YouGov 2 days after the announcement showed 71% of Britons approved of the decision to demote Camilla. 83% supported increased transparency for royal heirloom protection. 63% believed Camilla's actions had caused serious harm to the monarchy's image. Young voters on social platforms celebrated William and Edward's resolve, using hashtags like #CrownCleanse and #ProtectTheLegacy. Memes emerged of Catherine as the guardian of the fan, and even the BBC ran a special titled "When Royals Go Rogue, the Camilla Files." But for those within the monarchy, the celebration was muted. One senior aide described the mood best: "It was not a victory. It was a necessary incision to keep the patient alive." In the weeks following Camilla's dramatic fall from royal grace, the burden of symbolic restoration fell on a figure long admired for her discretion, elegance, and moral clarity: Catherine, Princess of Wales. Though not in line for the throne herself, Catherine had, over the years, built a unique form of public legitimacy as a spiritual heir to Queen Elizabeth II's values, as well as a stabilizing force in the future monarchy. Now, in the shadow of scandal, that reputation became essential not only for healing public perception, but for rebuilding internal trust within the royal household and the nation alike. Within days of Camilla's demotion, Prince William quietly appointed Catherine to lead a newly formed internal oversight group, the Royal Collection Review Committee. The group's mission was clear: audit, trace, and reaffirm the custody of all ceremonial objects, archives, and heirlooms connected to the sovereign legacy. Catherine's appointment sent a message that could not be ignored. Her presence brought gravitas. She wasn't just auditing a vault, she was safeguarding the crown's soul. Accompanied by experts from the Royal Archives, legal advisors from the Crown Office, and representatives from the House of Lords Heritage Subcommittee, Catherine personally reviewed over 170 classified ceremonial items held at Windsor, Sandringham, and Balmoral. According to a palace insider, it wasn't about inventory, it was about accountability. She insisted on hand-verifying every item linked to Elizabeth II's coronation. The House of Commons took notice. In a rare moment of bipartisan unity, Parliament introduced the Sovereign Legacy Protection Act, a bill designed to criminalize unauthorized removal or sale of royal ceremonial assets, classify forged royal documents as acts of constitutional fraud, mandate digital tracking and vault integration for royal heirlooms. The bill, informally dubbed the Catherine Clause, by MPs, passed its second reading with 92% support. On a rain-slicked morning outside Buckingham Palace, Catherine made a quiet, powerful gesture. Attending a children's charity event, she wore Queen Elizabeth's grey-blue sapphire brooch, a piece unseen since the late Queen's final Christmas message. Observers noted, it was not worn in celebration, it was worn in stewardship. The message was unmistakable. The monarchy would rise not by silence, but by principle. When the palace released its terse 17-word statement, Lady Camilla will no longer be serving in any public or ceremonial royal capacity by order of His Majesty, it was more than just a formal rebuke. It was a seismic reset, the kind not seen since the abdication crisis of 1936. For Camilla, once a central figure of modern monarchy reinvention, it was the ultimate erasure, quiet, clinical, and irreversible. Within 24 hours of the announcement, Camilla was relocated to Raymil House, her private residence in Wiltshire, where she was instructed to cease all engagements under the sovereign banner. Her official portraits were removed from the Royal Collection website. Invitations bearing her crest were revoked. Clarence House staff operating under her authority were either reassigned or let go. Though she retains the title, Lady Camilla, insiders confirm it holds no ceremonial weight, no precedence, no budget. She's not in exile by geography, said one former courtier. She's in exile by silence. That's worse. Public reaction was swift and divided. Some saw the king's actions as long overdue, a painful but necessary move to restore integrity after decades of whispered favoritism and unaccountable privilege. Others viewed it as a tragedy, a love story shattered under the weight of legacy and betrayal. International press dubbed the moment the shadow abdication, the Times. Camilla's fall, a crown too far, Der Spiegel. From Queen to Quiet, the Sydney Herald. More than 22 million viewers tuned in to the BBC's emergency special broadcast, while a YouGov flash poll reported that 68% of Britons approved of King Charles's decision, citing preservation of Elizabeth II's wishes as the dominant reason. Camilla's failed maneuver may have been personal, but its fallout has constitutional consequences. A private ledger leaked to The Guardian showed that legal containment and recovery efforts cost the sovereign grant over £2 million, including a full forensic audit of ceremonial inventories, multi-agency investigations into trust violations, reinforcement of royal vault security with AI monitoring. In response, Parliament introduced the Sovereign Safeguards Bill, now requiring independent oversight on all royal heritage assets, a move that limits royal discretionary power for the first time in modern monarchy history. Behind the scenes, this reckoning would not have happened without the firm, quiet resistance of Prince William and Prince Edward, who worked with Lady Louise Windsor and trusted palace aides to trace the paper trail of forged documents and uncover the manipulation. William, in particular, emerged not only as a protector of Elizabeth II's legacy, but as a new-age constitutional monarch in the making, discreet, ethical, and unafraid to confront decay within. His final internal memo to staff read, "We do not inherit the crown. We inherit the duty to honor it." As of this writing, Camilla has made no public statement, no apology, no defense. Her image, once on banners, coins, and charity publications, has all but vanished. Queen Elizabeth II once said in her Christmas address, "It has always been easy to destroy, but infinitely harder to build." In that spirit, the monarchy now attempts to rebuild, not with ceremony or spectacle, but with transparency, humility, and reckoning. And that reckoning began with a fan of silk, a forged line of ink, and the courage to say no.
The luxury Grade 2 listed home, owned by Andrew since the Queen Mother's death in 2002, boasts a grand exterior, eye-catching interior, and vast grounds. The scandal-plagued royal is facing multi-million-pound restoration costs. Currently valued at £16 million, the 3,000-year-old mansion, located in Windsor Great Park, underwent a £1.5 million restoration in 2001. Kensington Palace confirmed over the weekend that the Welsh royal family will move in later this year. 6 miliwn. 30 Vienna's rooms. 75-year lease. Those are the numbers that have now come to define the downfall of Prince Andrew, Duke of York. Once a senior royal insulated by titles and privilege, he is today the cautionary tale of a prince who dragged his grievances into a public courtroom and lost. This week, a High Court ruling stripped away his last leverage over the sprawling Royal Lodge estate in Windsor Great Park. ending a bitter legal gambit that had stunned both the public and the palace. In the same judgment, the court upheld the Crown Estate's right to reclaim the lease after persistent breach of maintenance obligations, citing evidence of damp fissures and unpaid restoration costs. For Andrew, it was more than a legal defeat. It was the collapse of the narrative that he could outwait the monarchy's patience. Andrew's decision to sue over Royal Lodge was unprecedented. Senior royals, however embattled, have traditionally fought their battles in private, using courtiers rather than counsel. But in June, the Duke's lawyers filed a claim challenging Buckingham Palace's procedural overreach in threatening to revoke his lease, a move widely seen as an act of defiance against his brother, King Charles III. For weeks, headlines splashed details of cracked ceilings, rising damp, and a £3 million bill for urgent works, set against images of Andrew riding horses on the estate he no longer fully controlled. Public opinion, already sour from past scandals, turned glacial. Polling by the Sunday Times found that 78% of Britons supported eviction if the Duke refused to pay. When the ruling came down this month, it was a rout. Lease terminated, legal costs imposed, reputational damage complete. What shocked palace aides most was not merely Andrew's legal recklessness but his choice of target. In court filings and behind-the-scenes briefings, the Duke's camp repeatedly invoked the names of the Prince and Princess of Wales, particularly Catherine. They accused the couple of undue influence over the King's property decisions, framing the planned relocation of William and Catherine's family to Forest Lodge as a premeditated grab of York territory. The charge was extraordinary, a disgraced prince suggesting that the future king's wife was stage-managing real estate to consolidate power. It backfired spectacularly. Instead of raising doubts about Catherine, it drew rare public sympathy for her, reinforcing the sense that Andrew had crossed a line. Forest Lodge, the property William and Catherine are expected to occupy later this year, has become a symbol of contrast. The Grade 2 listed house, with its ballroom, tennis court and Venetian windows, sits just minutes from the children's school. It has been home to high-profile tenants for decades, from Princess Margaret's private secretary Lord Napier to Swedish-American investor Christina Stenbeck. Unlike the Sussex's controversial renovation of Frogmore Cottage, £4 million of taxpayer money later reimbursed after public outrage, the Walleses are funding their Forest Lodge refurbishments entirely from private income. Planning documents show new internal layouts but no expansion and no live-in staff. Even Catherine has been spotted personally choosing furniture, including a 24-seater table for family events. In media shorthand, a young couple modernizing responsibly versus an older prince clinging to a crumbling mansion he won't repair. Andrew's meltdown also reignited the Sussex debate. For critics of the monarchy, the image of Frogmore Cottage renovated with public funds for Harry and Meghan, only to be largely unused after their withdrawal from royal duties, remains a potent symbol of entitlement without service. The couple eventually repaid the cost, but the episode lingers as proof of how damaging such optics can be. In contrast, William and Catherine's self-funded move has been cast as a model of accountability. Even mainstream papers that once treated the Sussexes gently have drawn parallels. One headline this week read, "Frogmore, Royal Lodge, Forest Lodge, 3 houses, 3 futures." In the online comments, the refrain was harsher. At least the Waleses pay their own bills. Hovering over all of this is a monarch in fragile health. King Charles III, who has continued weekly cancer treatments, appears increasingly gaunt in recent photographs. His public schedule has been trimmed, his speeches shortened, his handshakes sometimes tremulous. Palace insiders insist the illness is manageable, but few miss the symbolism. The king is moving quickly to tidy the House of Windsor while he still can. That means elevating the trusted Catherine's father, Michael Middleton, as special advisor to William and cutting loose the liabilities Andrew's lease, Sarah Ferguson's honorary perks, even subtle reminders to the Sussexes that privileges flow from duty, not nostalgia. One senior aide put it bluntly to the Telegraph: "His Majesty does not want to die leaving unfinished business. He is building the future now. In that future, Catherine is not merely a consort, but an axis." Her daughter Charlotte, already installed as junior patron ambassador for youth engagement at Wimbledon, is being groomed as the steady second to Prince George, echoing the Queen Anne dynamic of a previous era. William, more confident than ever, is hosting heads of state and shaping policy discussions. And Andrew? He is a cautionary headline, a symbol of what happens when entitlement outlasts utility. His courtroom defeat was not just a property dispute. It was a public verdict on a generation of royals who mistook inherited privilege for perpetual immunity. Behind heavy drapes, in furious private briefings, and whispered family dinners, the York family, humiliated by the ruling, didn't retreat in silence. Instead, they retaliated not in courts, but in corridors. Their target? The rising power of the House of Wales, and particularly the woman now seen as its moral and strategic centre, Catherine. Multiple royal correspondents confirmed that in the weeks following the court's decision, sources close to the Duke of York began a quiet smear campaign. Carefully worded messages were fed to tabloid-friendly editors, suggesting that William and Catherine had actively lobbied to have Forest Lodge cleared for themselves, implying favouritism, manipulation, even a breach of protocol. At least 2 stories hinted that Michael Middleton, Catherine's father and now a formal advisor to Prince William, had influenced real estate decisions by exploiting his unofficial access to the king. The palace refused to comment. But the effect was clear. Andrew and Sarah were not just bitter, they were publicly declaring war on the future king and queen. What infuriated insiders was how personal the attacks became. One leaked claim accused Catherine of using her media darling image to push unpopular royals like the Yorks to the edge. Another suggested she was strategically positioning her children to fill the void left by Andrew's daughters, Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. The attacks were clumsy, but they struck a nerve. While the Yorks fought noisily, Camilla, Queen Consort, played a quieter, more enduring game. According to senior aides, she used the Royal Lodge crisis as leverage in her ongoing and mostly unspoken ambition to embed her son, Tom Parker Bowles, deeper into royal advisory circles. Several months before the court ruling, sources confirmed that Camilla had suggested Tom be granted an informal cultural consultancy role tied to royal heritage and public image. She framed it as harmless, a continuation of his public-facing culinary and heritage work. But palace officials, aware of the optics, declined. Behind the scenes, King Charles instead tapped Michael Middleton, a trusted, apolitical figure, to serve as William's new personal advisor. The decision humiliated Camilla. Her son had been passed over in favour of Catherine's father. Insiders reported an icy tension between Camilla and the Middletons at recent royal events. At one garden party, Camilla reportedly made a barbed remark about some people confusing service with social climbing. But the rejection of Tom Parker Bowles wasn't merely personal, it was structural. In the post-Elizabeth monarchy, every appointment is a message. And this one said, "The future runs through the Waleses, not the Windsors by marriage." If Catherine is the palace's new moral axis, Princess Charlotte is its rising emblem. Her appointment as the junior patron ambassador for youth engagement at Wimbledon, a title unheard of for someone so young, was no coincidence. Palace insiders said the idea was Catherine's, backed by William, and swiftly approved by the king. It was meant to serve 2 functions. First, it signalled continuity. A young royal actively taking part in British cultural institutions, echoing Queen Elizabeth's lifelong approach. Second, and more subtly, it positioned Charlotte as the new generation's trusted face, especially important after years of reputational damage from the Yorks and Sussexes. "The Wales children are being shaped with duty in mind," one royal aide said. This isn't about titles, it's about trust. Charlotte's first solo walk onto Wimbledon's courts, dressed in soft blue, captured media headlines and social media alike. But to royal strategists, it marks something more significant: the quiet shift of public attention away from the disgraced branches of the family tree and onto the ones actively growing. Within palace circles, the move to Forest Lodge has been dubbed the Windsor divorce, not from the monarchy but from its dysfunctional factions. With Adelaide Cottage too small for a growing family and Royal Lodge embroiled in scandal, Forest Lodge was hand-picked by William and Catherine for its symbolism as much as its size. They are funding the renovations themselves, unlike Harry and Meghan's taxpayer-funded overhaul of Frogmore Cottage. No staff will live in, no ornate expansions are planned. The message is clear. This is not about grandeur. This is about independence. According to a leaked briefing, William told aides, "We need to show what modern monarchy looks like. Quiet, dignified, capable, not loud, and entitled." The quote, widely interpreted as a jab at both Andrew and Harry, marks a philosophical shift. It's a house, but it's also a statement. Amid all this, the king's declining health hangs like a ticking clock. His recent absences from state events have sparked concern, despite official assurances. One insider described him as focused but fading, and palace sources confirm contingency plans for a Regency-style transition, one where William increasingly steps into roles before any formal abdication. It is no coincidence that these moves, Catherine's elevation, Charlotte's title, the rejection of Andrew and Camilla's proposals, are all happening in rapid succession. The monarchy is recalibrating, and Charles is overseeing the transformation while he still can. There is no official transition date, but unofficially, the future is already arriving. We dive deeper into the Middleton family's rising influence, how Catherine's strategic silence has disarmed critics, and what the Sussex camp is saying now that Catherine and William are asserting total control inside the royal family. While tabloids exhaust themselves spinning tales of palace catfights and secret alliances, a quieter and more powerful reshaping of the monarchy is underway, and the architects aren't titled nobility or embattled dukes. They're the Middletons. Once viewed as mere commoners who had married into royalty, the Middletons have now become essential gears in the machine that will run Britain's post-Elizabethan monarchy. And leading the charge without ever uttering a single controversial word is Catherine, Princess of Wales. It began, as most shifts of power do, not with fanfare but with function. While Camilla lobbied for Tom Parker Bowles and Andrew railed against the courts, Michael Middleton quietly assumed his new advisory role to Prince William, a role blessed by King Charles himself. Officially, Michael acts as a personal senior advisor to William in matters of legacy, youth programs, and public image. Unofficially, he is a trusted fixer and sounding board, especially as Charles's health has declined. Palace aides note that since his involvement, the Prince and Princess of Wales have refined their messaging, focusing less on grandeur, more on service. William has cut back dramatically on engagements seen as frivolous. Catherine has emphasized child development, early years education, and institutional mental health reform. And while they do it, Michael Middleton is often behind the scenes, coordinating strategy like a seasoned political chief of staff. His presence has stabilized the household, and it hasn't gone unnoticed. As smear campaigns from the York simmered and Sussex-friendly outlets reignited attacks, Catherine responded with what has now become her signature weapon: silence. No comment when tabloids implied she pushed Charlotte ahead of Beatrice and Eugenie. No denial when social media accused her of sidelining Camilla. Not even a flicker of defense when Andrew's supporters accused her of encouraging her father to profit from the crown. Instead, she let the optics speak for themselves. At every engagement, Catherine has stayed on message, smiling, listening, working. Her speeches, though rare, are precise and values-driven, and it's working. According to a recent YouGov poll, Catherine holds the highest favorability rating of any working royal, outpacing William, Princess Anne, and even the late Queen in her final years. Her composure isn't just admirable, it's lethal. In a monarchy built on perception, silence can be a sword. And Catherine wields it like a master. Not everyone is applauding. Across the Atlantic, the Sussexes have been watching the Wales family's rise with increasing frustration. A source close to the Sussexes, one frequently quoted by pro-Harry media, recently stated, "Harry and Meghan stepped back from royal duties, yes, but watching their niece and nephew be fast-tracked into symbolic roles, while their own children are completely cut off from royal recognition, that stings." The comment came after Princess Charlotte's appointment as junior patron ambassador at Wimbledon, a role that stunned American audiences, especially given that Lilibet and Archie haven't received any formal honors or visibility from the palace since their birth. But insiders say it's more than envy, it's about legacy. The Sussexes reportedly believe that their children are being erased from the future of the monarchy, while Charlotte, George, and Louis are being woven into it, with Catherine and Michael Middleton orchestrating the narrative. And then came the tax backlash. While Catherine and William fund their Forest Lodge renovations privately, revelations have resurfaced about the Sussexes' past use of public funds, particularly the £4 million spent on Frogmore Cottage renovations before their royal exit. Although Harry and Meghan have since repaid the amount in full, critics argue the damage to public trust lingers. Royal historian Dr. Edith Granger commented, "Repayment is not erasure. The issue was never just money, it was the symbolism, taking taxpayer funds for a life you then abandon, that stains the institution." The contrast couldn't be starker. Catherine and William's renovation plans, including custom sustainable furniture and the removal of any live-in staff, are being held up as an example of modern, ethical monarchy. By contrast, Harry and Meghan's former property remains vacant. And as it sits, unused and gated, it has become a symbol of disconnection between privilege and responsibility, between headline and heritage. The family's center of gravity has moved. It now rests in the hands of a family once mocked as middle-class climbers, the Middletons. This shift isn't just about Catherine's titles or Charlotte's charming appearances. It's about a different philosophy of monarchy, one grounded in service, discretion, and quiet strategy. And as King Charles's condition continues to limit his appearances, that philosophy is becoming policy. In the coming chapters, we'll see just how far that transformation goes, and whether the Queen Consort, the Sussexes, or the remnants of the York dynasty will mount a real challenge. But for now, the House of Wales and the Middletons behind it are ruling without a crown. We expose how King Charles's declining health has triggered secret succession rehearsals, why Catherine was quietly put in charge of royal diplomatic outreach, and how one leaked dinner seating plan at Sandringham revealed who really holds power now. The royal family's winter retreat has long been a place of tradition, tartan blankets, roast dinners, and age-old family protocols. But this past summer, a subtle change at the dinner table cracked open the real story of the monarchy's future, one that no royal aide could deny, even if they refused to speak on the record. It started with a seating plan. When guests arrived at Sandringham House for a private family dinner including select advisors, extended family, and foreign dignitaries, they were met with a dining arrangement that stunned even seasoned insiders. At the head of the table, not King Charles, not Queen Camilla, but Prince William, with Princess Catherine seated to his right. Officially, King Charles is still sovereign, head of state, and spiritual figurehead of the Church of England. But behind palace walls, his ability to carry out those duties is under growing strain. Royal aides confirm that Charles has quietly cancelled or deferred over 27 engagements in the past 6 months due to ongoing fatigue and specialist medical guidance. While no official statement has labelled his condition terminal or incapacitating, whispers from multiple staffers paint a clear picture. The king is no longer capable of day-to-day governance, and the monarchy, which thrives on ceremony and visibility, cannot wait. So a solution was engineered: informal, quiet, but unmistakable. William and Catherine would begin acting as transition figures, shadowing every function Charles cannot perform and preparing for what some now call the soft regency. But something changed at Sandringham. It wasn't just the seating chart, it was the message. As Charles retreated further from public engagements, the Foreign Office, often overlooked in royal matters, began requesting Catherine by name. "She has a gift," said one ambassador privately. "She can speak to our Prime Minister, hug a child and charm a CEO all in the same hour. That's not training, that's instinct." Sources inside the Cabinet Office confirm that Catherine now receives weekly diplomatic briefings, in addition to intelligence summaries before major events. Her solo receptions, once ceremonial, are now being logged as soft state visits. This isn't tradition, this is a transition. When Melania Trump visited in July, it was Catherine, not Camilla, who hosted her at Marlborough House. And when the Crown Prince of Kuwait visited London in September, it was Catherine who was praised publicly for her humanitarian outreach and leadership on youth issues. Queen in waiting? No. Many say she's already functioning as one. The infamous seating plan confirmed it. At the far end of the table, Prince Andrew, seated beside a distant cousin and facing away from the cameras. His presence was tolerated barely. Camilla, surprisingly, was not in attendance at all. Her official excuse was a long-standing personal engagement, but insiders reveal she had declined the dinner after being told she would not sit beside the king. In contrast, Catherine's parents, Michael and Carol Middleton, were seated next to senior officials from the royal household and the Treasury. A shock to some, a signal to others. The Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, Prince Edward and Sophie, were seated respectfully but noticeably behind Catherine and William. And perhaps most tellingly, Princess Anne, long considered the monarchy's workhorse, reportedly toasted Catherine at the end of the night. No one said the word succession. No one dared. But everyone heard it between the courses. The public still sees Catherine in carefully curated images, smiling at schoolchildren, visiting hospitals, or applauding tennis players. But the woman behind those images is now operating with a level of access and influence unprecedented for someone still years from formal coronation. She is not only preparing to be queen, she is shaping what that role will look like. From staffing decisions to Commonwealth relations, Catherine now has a seat at tables where only monarchs once sat a day. Her ability to connect, her silence under pressure, and her rejection of tabloid feuds have made her the safest and most powerful choice. When King Charles is absent, it is Catherine who represents the family at Windsor functions. It is Catherine who is briefed by MI5 on major domestic threats. And it is Catherine whose calendar now includes 3 state-level audiences in the next 4 months. She is no longer the Duchess the media mocked for being weighty Katie. She is the monarchy's living insurance policy, stable, smart, and unshakably poised. And behind her, a new court forming. Her children, her husband, and her parents, all part of a vision that's rapidly replacing the one Camilla and Andrew once championed. Notably absent from the Sandringham event, and many others, has been Queen Camilla. Some say she's withdrawing due to health concerns. Others claim she's being kept out of succession, planning to avoid controversy. But several insiders suggest another possibility, that she is no longer central to the monarchy's future, and she knows it. Ever since her failed push to install her son, Tom Parker Bowles, as royal advisor was blocked by the king, Camilla has rarely appeared at events involving state strategy or family consolidation. She has, one aide noted, returned to her garden. As the monarchy recalibrates for the 21st century, it appears there is room only for those willing to serve without drama, scandal, or outdated ambition. Camilla, like Andrew, may soon find herself part of a royal past, not its future. Inside the final blow to Andrew, how the palace legal team shut down his appeal, why Forest Lodge was handed to William and Catherine, and how public opinion turned decisively against the Yorks after one failed courtroom stunt too many. In an unprecedented act of defiance, Prince Andrew did the unthinkable. He took the monarchy's internal dispute into public court. What began as a desperate attempt to maintain control over Royal Lodge, his long-held 31-room residence within Windsor Great Park, quickly spiraled into a legal and reputational catastrophe. The lawsuit, filed under the guise of residency protections, alleged that Buckingham Palace was infringing on his contractual lease rights. But what shocked even seasoned royal watchers was the target of his accusation, the household of William and Catherine. Yes, Andrew's own legal documents directly claimed that the Prince and Princess of Wales were manipulating internal property decisions for personal gain. The public reaction was immediate. Headlines screamed betrayal. Commentators across the UK denounced the move as royal treason by legal paperwork. Within 48 hours, the King's senior legal counsel filed a response. Their position was devastatingly simple. The lease was conditional upon Andrew maintaining the upkeep of Royal Lodge. He had not. And more importantly, he had violated the spirit of the lease by weaponizing it against the future monarch. A line in the palace response, reportedly written by one of the king's closest constitutional aides, struck a brutal tone. No royal shall retain privilege while engaging in conduct that undermines the institution they claim to serve. It was a warning, and it didn't stop at legal papers. Just 1 week later, the official Privy Council listing was quietly updated. Andrew's status was downgraded from HRH, honorary, to former member of the royal household. His honorary titles, already suspended, were now formally revoked. That included Colonel of the Grenadier Guards, Royal Navy Associations, honorary civic titles across Yorkshire and Berkshire. What's more, the Royal Communications Office issued a blistering clarification. The Duke of York holds no official royal duties, titles, or residences endorsed by the Crown. The true humiliation came next. As the Forest Lodge lease was nearing expiration, it was revealed that the Crown Estate had already prepared a new agreement, not with Andrew, but with the Prince and Princess of Wales. Backed by full approval from King Charles, Forest Lodge, a grand Georgian residence with Venetian windows, a private ballroom, and 14 acres of secluded gardens, was quietly handed to William and Catherine as part of a strategic residential realignment. Translation: Andrew was out. The future monarchs were in. The public announcement, released via Kensington Palace, was measured but unmistakable. The Prince and Princess of Wales will reside in Forest Lodge from the autumn of this year. The family looks forward to continuing their service to the Crown from Windsor. No mention of Andrew, no thanks, no transition. Just a clean break. In the eyes of the public, Andrew's courtroom stunt wasn't just a failure, it was a betrayal. Polling conducted by the Royal Studies Institute after the legal debacle showed a staggering 87% of British respondents supported the monarchy's decision to strip him of all rights. Even long-time monarchists admitted they were relieved by the move. But for Andrew, the damage wasn't just symbolic. He now faces 8 million in estimated legal and maintenance liabilities. No active royal income or military pension, ongoing legal threats from creditors related to past estate management issues. Insiders say he may soon be forced to sell his private Swiss chalet, once co-owned with Sarah Ferguson, just to cover debts. Throughout the ordeal, Catherine said nothing publicly. No interviews, no statements, no retaliation. But her silent presence at youth centres, hospital wings, and diplomatic receptions told a different story, one of calm, enduring duty. While Andrew launched legal missiles, Catherine launched literacy programs. While the Yorks called tabloids, she called school principals. That contrast became the most powerful rebuttal of all. As one royal historian put it, in trying to bring her down, Andrew elevated her. The final insult came not from Catherine or William, but from the king himself. Weeks after the court loss, Andrew attempted to send a private letter of reconciliation to Charles. According to leaked correspondence, it was returned unread, marked simply, "No longer applicable to royal affairs." With that, the door was closed. Not just to Royal Lodge, but to the royal world entirely. The monarchy after the storm. How Charles's fading presence, Catherine's moral leadership, and the exile of Andrew, Camilla, and Harry are shaping a new future for the crown.